Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday, y'all. How is everybody doing? We are on day 12 of Danelo Cavalcante being gone, missing in action here on the manhunt. He's on the run. So we are going to stream a little bit today, try to keep up and see what we can figure out. This is, let's see here, escaped Pennsylvania prisoner spotted with altered appearance, and this is from, it says 2 hours ago from the show, so we'll start with that real fast, and then we'll catch up with the hat and all them and see what's going on.
The race to find Danelo Cavalcante stretching into its 12th day. The convicted killer slipping outside of a search area being contained by hundreds of police.
How do you explain that?
There are a number of challenges in any investigation. No perimeter is 100% secure, ever. We did a very good job. I'm not going to make an excuse to you. I wish it had not happened.
Authorities sharing new photos of Cavalcante from a doorbell security camera, saying he showed up at the homes of 2 former co-workers Saturday night, possibly looking for help. Take a look at this dramatic change in the escaped inmate's appearance compared to these surveillance photos from last week.
Cavalcante is now clean-shaven and wearing a bright green hooded sweatshirt.
According to Pennsylvania State Police, Cavalcante stole a 2024 transit van from a local dairy farm Saturday evening and abandoned the vehicle in a field nearly 40 minutes from the original search perimeter.
We are obviously very concerned that Cavalcante has or will attempt to steal another vehicle to facilitate his escape.
Cavalcante on the run, escaping from prison by scaling a wall after he was sentenced to life without parole for the brutal killing of his ex-girlfriend, Deborah Brandow.
It's been difficult, but it's even more difficult now that it's in our backyard.
Residents here ready for their neighborhood to no longer be home to a massive manhunt, as authorities pledge they're using every resource to recapture Cavalcante.
We'll get him. It's a matter of time.
Now, officials say their main goal now is to capture Cavalcante before he crosses state line. Officials now urging the public to stay vigilant more than ever and to be familiar with what Cavalcante looks like now as this search continues growing. Hoda?
All right, George Solis for us there in Pennsylvania. George, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our...
All right, so that's a little bit of a rundown, and I believe, let's see here, Reverie Addict is live. He's got live PA Manhunt day 12, so we'll go check him out and see what he's talking about right now.
Lizzie Hendricks says, that's my big concern as well. I feel as if authorities are skipping over the Spanish and Portuguese-speaking communities. I've yet to see a wanted poster in those languages. Do we know if he still has the phone and they can't disable the phone? We don't know. We don't know at all. We don't know if he's ever had a phone that he's turned on. I think there was one that was stolen or possibly stolen from one of the first houses he broke into. I don't know if he's even able to turn it on. Did they say how he broke the perimeter? And is there a new perimeter? Just got here. P. Will, for real. They did not. They said.
6:30. Check for report.
All they said was that they did a really good job on that perimeter, and he's so proud of his men, and he stands behind what they did. They have no clue where he got out. It could have been through a tunnel. It could have been through a ditch. It could have been through a waterway. They still don't know how he got out, but he did, and he made it 3/4 of a mile away and stole a vehicle. No new perimeter, although we're looking right now at the map of the last perimeter. Let's see if we have anything going up in the air here. These are all just commercial flights or private jets. Not seeing anything. Not seeing anything in the area that could be the police searching for him. So this area on the map was a perimeter near a cornfield where they saw him last night. But that's all. Lisa, the rain that came through might also have helped because Not that it really changes the visibility that much. It wasn't like that hard of rain. The spacing of the officers was pretty close.
17 David 25. You can clear out that phone call.
But rain is loud,
17 David 25.
and rain on a tree canopy on the ground
for phone assignment.
can muffle a lot of sound. So you're able to move quicker, and it also quiets the ground that you're walking on. Although it's muddier and slipperier, more slippery. Making up words here, I think.
Also have copy of the fire alarm 244 Great Valley Parkway.
It could have helped him. Chopper and Sky around the area of the ditched van, according to JLR. Let's see. Is JLR on right now?
No, JLR is not on right now, but I will say this much. He was live this morning, and he went and like a little update. So we'll check his update out, okay? We'll go check that out. So here's JLR's video. This was 13 hours ago here, and this one says live update, search update, Chester County, 1 hour ago. So we will go check out what he's got to say from an hour ago and check out his update.
Morning, everyone. Good morning. So come on in. I'm going to give you guys a update of what's going on here in northern Chester County. I'm at the East Nantmeal Township building, and the search for Danelo Cavalcante continues. But I want to give you guys an update and let you guys know what is going on. What is going on with the search of Danelo? Come on in. Long night. JLR investigates out on the scene. East Nantmeal. Danelo Cavalcante, the fields of northern Chester County. This right here is 401, just west of Route 100. Go down a few miles, you get the West Nantmeal Township building here. Now, it's a whole different ball game today, folks. It's very different than it was yesterday. Right now, before I went live, I went down through the rolling hills here, a little north of here, the side roads, all winding through where his vehicle was, well, the stolen vehicle, the white van, was ditched. And it was ditched right off the road by corn yesterday. Authorities went. There was a heavy police presence out here all day long. Not as big as it was in southern Chester County during the search, but there was a big police presence. Well, I went through there today, and it is mostly all quiet. It's mostly all quiet today. They're doing like they're doing here. There is troopers out and about, positioned at different spots. I've seen it, but it's scattered all over. But I don't see any searches going on, actual searches or actual perimeters. So it makes me feel possibly this guy is gone. He's gone. He got out of the way. Or they don't have any information right now that shows he could be in this area. Now, last night was rocking and rolling on 401. There was a farm a little bit down there. There was a farm right on the road here, a couple houses. And there was troopers all lined up facing that home with their spotlights on that home, as if some activity was going on in there. And it was just a traffic nightmare. It was traffic going back and forth, because this is a heavily used road, one of the popular roads in this northern part of the county. But I don't think anything came of it. But I did go live, and surrounding the farm itself, they were doing the similar to what they were doing down there in southern Chester County along Longwood Gardens. The police, the authorities, the Pennsylvania State Police were positioning themselves every 50 feet. And it was long lines of cars, long lines of vehicles. But then just suddenly out of the blue, they all got up and left. And it was open. And it was open. New remaining troopers, they come here, kind of pull in, talk with one another, amongst each other, and then they come out, and they just do, it's more or less just patrolling in the area until some new information comes out. They'll leave like this. Until some new information comes out, I don't know if there is any information. It is foggy out here this morning. It is much cooler. than the last couple days. But this, you could more or less call the staging ground in this area. A lot of farmland around here, lots of corn. Lots of rolling hills. So my take on the situation is, if there's no sightings of him today in this area, I think he's most likely gone. What will happen at that point? Well, I think personally, there'll probably be more calls in the area at locations 20, 30 miles away, 15 miles away, where they'll see a Hispanic walking with a backpack. If those calls come through, I'm pretty much 99% convinced right now it wouldn't be him. It's just these people, because if he's not around here, it's most likely he's in another vehicle and he's gone. I don't see any point of him returning to this area or lingering around this area at all. These troopers have been working 12-hour shifts. Are the local schools open? I believe they are. I don't believe anything is closed. The only thing I think that is closed, which I saw, was Longwood Gardens. Longwood Gardens put out a statement on their own Facebook page. I believe they're opening on Wednesday. So I don't know what kind of mess was left down there in reference to searching if a mess at all. It might be no mess. I'm going to go down there later today and see what's up. I want to go to, look around that construction site, on a public street, and see exactly what they were talking about, that construction site that he was seen and hanging out at. A lot of unanswered questions. Will authorities give a press conference today? And if they talk, what are they going to say? I saw that PSP put out a tweet and said yesterday that, the suspect, Danelo Cavalcante, left Phoenixville. So Phoenixville residents should be kind of at ease at this point. There's no reason to believe he's still in the Phoenixville area, but why did he go to Phoenixville? Why did the guy go to Phoenix? Now, at any time, authorities, these troopers are on standby, though. Believe me, I have seen a lot of them all over the place. And, at that call or some information comes through, I'm sure they can all get together real quick and mobilize. But other than that, it's quiet. It's quiet. There's really no latest developments out here in Chester County. I'll check around in a little bit to see if neighbors feel like he's still out there. I'll go around. I'll also show you where his van was left. If you guys want me to do that, I'll show you guys where he left his van. But it's foggy. It's cool out here. And it's quiet. Some people speculated that he would went back up to Phoenixville because he was going to retaliate against people that he maybe felt put him in prison. Did he leave again? I think he's possibly gone, folks. Now, if he's gone, here's the thing. Here's what I'm confused about. If he came here and ditched his vehicle because authorities think he ran out of gas, no reports of no stolen vehicles around here, no reports of anything on traffic cam. I know I just passed Eagleville on Route 100, and that way almost every street light has traffic cams. I'm sure on 23 and different main roads here have traffic cams. Nothing, no detection of them. Did he get in a vehicle? Or is he out in the corn? Because he ditched his vehicle by corn. Is he out in the corn and he offed himself or something, gave up? Do you think he's the type that would give up? I spoke to his ex-roommate. His ex-roommate was out here yesterday. His name is Franco. He was out here. He wants him caught. But the ex-roommate said, the guy got nothing to lose. The guy got nothing to lose. So if you got nothing to lose, maybe he ditched his van, and then just went out in the field and just did something to himself. The choppers were out. They were out in the sky looking for him. I seen him. Nothing. He got help. A lot of you say, oh, he's long gone. He's long gone, JLR. He's gone. At this point, possibility. probably stronger possibility that he's gone than he's here. Because there's no activity really going on around him, except a lot of fields, trees, rolling hills of Chester County. I'm sure it's in the back of the residents' minds that he could still be out here. Is the corn good there? I'm not sure. So what happens next? Do they just, who takes over the investigation? If he leaves the state of Pennsylvania, wouldn't it go into the U.S. Marshal's hands? Bivens with the PSP said, still doesn't change the investigation in a sense. If he's caught, he'll come back and be brought to justice. The U.S. Marshals have a lot of technology to track people. I'm wondering, too, this was in my back of the mind, if he had help or someone following him in his van and he got into another vehicle once he ditched the van that ran out of gas or was low on gas. I don't understand that, because if he had help, the person helping him would give him money to get gas or even put gas in that vehicle, because they said he ran out of gas. Why did he ditch the vehicle? Or did he ditch the vehicle? Coincidentally, it had low gas. He was just trying to save his money, as much little money that he has, and decided to ditch it because there was a bolo out there on the van, which makes me feel he probably has access to a cell phone or some sort of device where he can get information. And they were like, yo, homie, you're thinking to himself, yo, I gotta get rid of this van ASAP. But he tried to get it down there where it's almost on empty, because he has limited money. He has to live with as little money as possible to get out. But if he did have help, or if he did have a phone with him, either or, maybe the authorities will geofence all the numbers that were in the area and try to pinpoint a phone number and then a phone, and then maybe they can track the phones that were in the area if they have that capability. At the same time, the way the van was ditched was very rural, and phone service is very spotty out there. I couldn't even live stream out there. It was so bad. Would that alter it up? Would that alter the plan? How else could you track them? The geofencing, surveillance, and street cams off these rural roads. These rural roads all lead to a major roadway. Right to the south there, about 5 miles, is the entrance to the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Definitely going through cameras there. They have his image of his face. Does the cameras there, can they zero in on people's faces that pass through the toll booths? Can street cams get you by your face? How quick does his facial hair grow? He shaved before. Maybe he won't shave and it continue to grow back out, but then he'll look like the same guy. He looked like a totally different person when he shaved. Authorities, I'm told authorities were in Phoenixville yesterday speaking to old associates with him and affiliation, people he was affiliated with, maybe to try to get some information if he tried to contact any of them, or what numbers and how. I mean, the guy was seen on somebody's steps. Was that the trailer? He's had help. That's what people think. I'm not so sure. Maybe he was soliciting help. Maybe he was trying to get help. Maybe he was trying to reconnect with people that he hadn't seen in years. But what fool out there would even want to help? If you had a friend that was incarcerated for a couple years and did the most egregious act possible, and this person called you out of the blue and wanted help and assistance, would you help him? I mean, his friends, his two people that assisted him escaping when he stabbed his girlfriend, they're lucky they didn't get charged. Could have probably been charged. Easy. They got immunity, but they really could have been charged. So maybe a plea deal to testify, but at least some charges. They didn't even get charged. Is that what happens in Chester County when you help people escape? That question was asked yesterday at the press conference. I think anyone that assisted him or any way, or gave him, even if they gave him $1, should be charged. Aiding and abetting, harboring a fugitive, helping someone escape. I don't know the statutes you could charge somebody with similar facts. He's long gone, folks. Possibility. Long gone. So we're going to see what happens today. I'll show you around, and I'm also going to go to the spot where his van was found. Going to go back to Chester County. Also going to a couple places in Phoenixville. I have a few addresses in Phoenixville I was told to check out, and also monitoring the scanner. I've built a lot of relationships out of here with locals. I've given so many of my business cards to locals. Locals have invited me to their property. If anything goes down around here, that I would be able to go onto the property. We'll be able to see if they do any searches and monitoring it. Appreciate the law enforcement last night that brought me that umbrella.
Yes, he did get an umbrella last night. He did get an umbrella last night. Sorry, my question I meant, do you think he has help? And it came out have. So I ended the poll anyways. But I mean, do you guys think he has help? I honestly do. I think one of his sister's friends or something, someone, I really do think that he's got some help somewhere. And it may not be much. It may not be a bunch of help or anything like that. But with his sister trying to get to him to help, it makes me wonder if one of her friends or, somebody that she knows or whatever that would help her would, help him. And do you guys still think he's even in this area? I think he's gone. I think he beat feet and he's not anywhere around. What are you guys thinking? And yes, I do have music playing in the background or whatever, just because I don't want to get in trouble. I know he said it was okay to share, and I know he said it was okay to stream, but just to protect myself, I do have it playing in the background. That way it's transformative and it transforms his life so I don't get in trouble. And I don't get a strike later on or anything like that. So just the reason why you hear it in the background. If you hear it, I try not to have it up loud, but oh, you don't hear it? Okay, good. It's I just have it in the background, basically, so I don't get struck. My next poll question: do you guys think he's still in the area? I'll put that up, and then I also have the scanner going too. I don't know if you guys are interested in listening to that, but I have that playing too. I mean, I have it kind of playing in the background over here, but Frankie, you think he's gone? You don't hear any music either? Okay. I just I just want to make sure it's playing in the background that way. Because I mean, I know JLR is doing really good, and I know that he's got this stuff going on right now, and you know what I mean. But we've had run-ins before, so I just want to make sure that that I protect myself. So anyhow, we'll keep it going, keep it moving. Do you guys want to watch the interview with the next door neighbor? I'm sorry, with the roommate? He's staying with the neighbor. While he's talking to him, do you guys want to watch the interview with the roommate? Good morning, Marina. How are you, baby? You did really good up here last night. I was really happy to have you come up here, and thank you guys for coming over and hanging out. If anybody's here from Naked Mel's, thank you for staying and thank you for coming back.
PSP are very, again, the PSP, the troopers that are the soldiers out here, the troopers, nice as can be, all of them, nice as can be. I haven't seen an ignorant one. I haven't seen a mean one. All of them, if you wave to them, they wave back. If they, when they tell people, this is a perimeter, they're very nice and respectful to people. Nothing but professionalism, determination, nice, kind. But I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get any more information until they release information. There is media. There's media up on 401 up at the gas station at 7-Eleven across the street and Wawa, the 7-Eleven and Wawa there. There's some media parked around there and just waiting to see. But the scanners are on standby. You never know. Something could pop up. There could be a crime reported that's related. If he walked away from this location, maybe at one point there'll be some sort of burglary or a car, stolen car, like he did at the farms in southern Chester County. And we'll never understand why somebody left their keys in the car, but only they can, or keys in the van, only they can explain that. I used to live out in this kind of area growing up, and I never left my keys in my car at night. I think maybe a few times I used to forget, but purposely just say, hey, I'm going to leave my keys in my car. It's just, that's so the odd in circumstances. You're looking for a fugitive around Chester County in southern area, and just happened, someone leaves their keys in their van, and this guy happens to go to the right location at the right time. Because we were expecting to hear something where he would break into a house, steal the car, or steal the keys out of the house, come out and steal the car. This, it's like was given to him. A silver platter of the golden ticket to get away was literally given to the guy. So I'll never understand that. Maybe someone from the farm speaks out. Some people are saying planned. Some people are saying planned. So I'll go live in a bit, folks. I'm out here, JLR Investigate. Subscribe to my channel, like, hit the notification button. We will talk soon, everyone. Good morning from northern Chester.
All right, so he is done with that. We're going to watch this. This says Danelo Cavalcante, prison escape, convicted killer still believed to be in Pennsylvania. And this is from 14 hours ago from the news. So we'll just watch this real fast, and then I'll go get the oh, here's the former roommate. We'll watch. I wanted to watch this anyways. The former roommate giving his
More confirmed sightings, a stolen van towed away, but police still have not found a prisoner who escaped from Chester County Jail more than a week ago, and now it appears he's on the move again. I'm Shayna Ferreira. For days, the search perimeter centered around Longwood Gardens, but now police have changed their focus of their attention. Here's what we know tonight. The search, Danelo Cavalcante, has now moved on to about 20 miles away from the previous area. Police say Cavalcante stole a van to get away, and they say he just changed his clothes and even shaved his face. Now, Eddie, you've been on top of the story all day. What can you tell us?
Good evening, Shano. This is the area they've been searching for the last couple of hours. I'm going to get out of the frame here to show you there's several police vehicles, law enforcement vehicles in this area. They've been coming and going, state troopers coming and going up and down this road. This road had about 30 or 40 different law enforcement lined up at one point a couple of hours ago. Right now, we are near the corner of Conestoga Road and Fott Road. This is in Glenmore Township, PA. And the intensity picked up right around 6 o'clock. Roads were shut down. But unfortunately, as of right now, we have no official reports of a new sighting or that he's been caught. Early Sunday morning, police released these new images of escaped killer Danelo Cavalcante, saying he has changed his appearance and is now clean-shaven and wearing a yellow or green hooded sweatshirt, a black baseball cap, green prison pants, and white shoes. Their search moving over 20 miles away from the Longwood Gardens area to Phoenixville. Police say Cavalcante went to an old work associate's home around 9:52 p.m., talking through a Ring doorbell camera where these images were captured. The homeowner wasn't home, and when they reviewed their footage around midnight, they called police to let them know.
Investigators were also made aware of another sighting in the Phoenixville area in which Cavalcante appeared at a residence of another old work associate at 10:07 p.m. That associate was not home, but a female resident observed Cavalcante and called her friend. That friend responded to residents and eventually placed a call to local police.
Through these tips, law enforcement learned that he had stolen this white van. They confirmed it was taken from a business in the Longwood Gardens area after the owners left the keys in it.
This most recent incident is a reminder that he will take advantage of any opportunity to obtain items he needs. It is also imperative that anyone with information about Cavalcante contact us immediately so we can act on it in a timely manner.
Now at 10:40 a.m. on Sunday, the vehicle was discovered abandoned in a field behind in East Manfield Township. Police focused their search on that area, eventually shifting their efforts to the area of Fairview and Wind Hollow Road. It was here that we talked to Franco Rosa, who says Cavalcante lived with him for 4 months, and he moved out a few days before he killed his ex.
Did he seem like an evil person? No, not at all. Not at all. He was just really quiet guy, shy guy.
He says he assisted police with the murder investigation and is offering any help he can now.
I don't want him free anymore because It's not just me. If I'm this nervous, can you imagine like the ex-girlfriend's sister who is taking care of the two kids? They're super scared. I have my cousin, she has kids in school going to Phoenixville. They're always scared too.
And law enforcement confirmed that Cavalcante's sister was arrested by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and is possibly facing deportation. Officials believe Cavalcante has been seeking help from people he knows in the region.
He is absolutely looking for support. He needs that support. He doesn't have it.
Law enforcement has been advised that they are authorized to use deadly force if Cavalcante does not surrender. And of course, there is a $20,000 reward for any information that leads to his arrest. Shayna.
All right, Eddie, we'll be sure to stay on top of this. And as always, if you see something, say something, call 911. Thanks so much, Eddie. And a prisoner.
Yeah, so basically she was okay. I wanted to make sure before I say anything. So she was taken into custody. I guess we'll have to see where that goes from here. But I really had a good feeling that she was helping him or one of her friends were. Somebody is, in my opinion.
The convict who broke out of a Pennsylvania prison 12 days ago was spotted again over the weekend, far from where police were searching. And officials say he's now changed his appearance. Trevor Ault has been on this story for us from the very beginning. He's at search headquarters there in Pennsylvania. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, Lindsay. So for most of this search, authorities had insisted they were confident Danilo Cavalcante was contained in a search area of a few square miles. Now they say they're confident he's still in Pennsylvania as a whole, as he has clearly picked up some items to help him survive and to help him hide.
This the search for escaped murderer Danilo Cavalcante has substantially expanded after officials say this weekend he slipped past their perimeter and took a stolen vehicle.
We have always looked at the potential that it could be a nationwide manhunt.
Authorities released these, showing the inmate now clean-shaven, wearing new clothing. They say he visited the homes of two people he previously worked with, asking for help, but neither were home, and one of them turned over the doorbell video footage to police. Investigators also say Cavalcante stole this van from a nearby dairy farm just outside the perimeter, which officials say was unlocked with the keys inside. From there, they say he drove 25 miles north before abandoning the van in a field when it ran out of gas. Now that region is the center of the search. Authorities had previously insisted they believed Cavalcante, who escaped 11 days ago by crab walking outside the prison, was contained within their police search area, but he still passed through undetected.
No perimeter is 100% secure, ever. In the end, I am confident we will capture him and we will bring him back into the criminal justice system.
And officials did confirm Eleni Cavalcante, Danilo's sister, is now in custody of Immigration and Customs Enforcement. They haven't specified the charges, but said she may face deportation. Rebecca?
But incredible, he escaped 11 days ago and still hasn't been caught. All right, Trevor, thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos...
All right, so we will go over here and see what recovery addict has going on and see if he still is streaming now or streaming right now. He's been trying to keep up and he's been actually doing a really good job of it. I will probably play the press conference again from yesterday. For those who missed it. But at this point in time,
his friends
got some good information in it here.
Steal
so
another.
We'll kind of hang out and listen to this for a minute.
I don't think he's going to be in and out of vehicles that much. I think he's going to use the next vehicle as much as he can and then only ditch it when it becomes problematic for him. And he needs to switch.
Unit 0 call 20, copying route of disturbance. Peter Lumber Company, 805 West Maple Street. For an ex-employee refusing to leave, no weapons, no attacks.
Ex-employee refusing to leave. You can't fire me. The last sighting was basically last known sighting. I think was when they had him in the cornfield up here. That was if we zoom out, just east of Phoenixville, north of the gardens, quite a ways, about 45 minutes north. CNN just said press conference at 2. Let me look for that. It should be the state police that are putting that out, so I'm just going to try to get a confirmation from them. Yep, press conference. Let me put that up on the screen really quickly.
Male from the Ariel Vargas, Hispanic male, 56 years old, 5'8", thin build, unknown clothing. He's currently in the front yard. He does not know that 911 has been called. It's unknown if he will be cooperative.
Here's the latest.
My uncle tow for a Honda sedan. Yeah.
Sorry, here's the latest from the PA State Police on their Twitter feed. It says a press conference to provide an update on the search for Cavalcante will be held at 2 p.m. today at the Pro Mar Lynn Fire Company. That's the same place they did the Sunday press conference at 36 Firehouse Drive, Kennett Square. Lieutenant Colonel Bivens will be speaking. The Chester County DA's office will host the live stream on their Facebook page. So we'll watch that live here, but that's at 2 p.m. We have 3 hours before that begins. We may actually have some people on the ground with JLR or Nick before that happens.
Before disconnecting, he could be heard yelling at someone in Spanish. It's unknown if he was yelling at the male subject or somebody else. Attempting call back now.
Okay. Let's see what information they provide. Hopefully they have some information about his appearance.
17 Paul 35 MTC check for funds on it.
Do I sound okay, or am I breaking up a little? Oh, gamers. Okay. Email them to me if you can, baby. Here, I'll drop my email in the chat for you. queenbog888@gmail.com. Okay. Also, let me see here. So Grizzly, I'm not sure if you guys know who she is, but she posted this on her Twitter. If you're local, consider supporting Carico gas station in Kennett Square, Pennsylvania. They're so kind to the police, and took a hard knock on their business. They are trying to recover. So I'm not sure what this is about. Since the prisoner escaped, the gas station corner has remained open for the sole purpose of supporting the police officers. I walked into an empty store, and my heart. They have lost customers every day since the convicted escaped due to the police perimeter road closures. The owner felt it was his mission to support the officers in any way possible, providing them with Gatorades, giving 24-hour access to the bathroom, air conditioning, and parking lots. A week without customers is tough to absorb when you are a family-owned business. If you can support Carco this weekend at the gas pump and in their convenience store, that would be great. And this is what it looks like. I'm guessing they got hit pretty damn hard from the closures, with everything being closed down and helping the police officers. So, yeah, I can turn the scanner on if you guys want to listen to it. I haven't already been listening myself, but I just didn't want to turn it on if you guys, didn't want to hear it. So I didn't want to overload it. Stuff like I did yesterday. So it's kind of up to you guys. Whatever you want to do.
Paul 50. 23 copy. Paul 50. 23 copy.
Cindy Scott says, I feel the fugitive is pretty smart, but also extremely lucky. His luck will run out, though.
60.
What's the number 8 on the map? Let me zoom in.
Show me en route to 52 Tom 87's traffic stop on the Route 100 spur. Incident number ending in 7796.
This is the last reported sighting that's unconfirmed, and it's up north. If we zoom in on this,
560 unit, go ahead.
oops.
Affirmative.
She's going towards your way.
Unit 17 David 25.
This is Hanover Street.
60 units, male left. Last name heading eastbound Cypress Street. Three an unknown incomplete Pennsylvania registration. Golf Yankee unknown numbers. GYY.
25 10 4. Who are we looking for?
Yeah, she just went in the shopping center.
Who are we looking for?
This is 60 I'll be out with that vehicle in front of the Sherwin-Williams. I'll give you a call.
Copy on location in front of the Sherwin-Williams with the vehicle.
Okay, so the employee that wouldn't leave is now pulled over. Any new sightings since last night? Nothing confirmed, but we do have word now of a press conference at 2 o'clock, which is good. It's going to be at the fire station, so it'll look very similar to one that we saw yesterday. Keek 852, how long will we be live today? I just found your channel on Friday and really appreciate your coverage. Just moved from KSQ 3 months ago. We're gonna be live as long as we can provide relevant and new information. So definitely until after the press conference. No, I do not have the brownies. I'm sorry. My brownie has not been delivered yet, if it even exists still. Nick and JLR need to go to ask the hard questions. I do hope that they allow some of the freelance journalists and citizen journalists in there, because I think there are questions, and not necessarily to try to confirm every rumor, but there are questions that the press often won't ask the main, the hardcore press. They ask the questions that will fit very nicely into their broadcast, that will give them information, but sometimes they leave glaring omissions in with what they don't ask. Check the helicopter south of Allentown. It's circling, says on French. Let me look. That's not it. Where's Allentown?
Oh, 3 fast.
Right here. Okay, this is circling, but look where it's circling. We're literally right over the Garden City Airport. Also, this is an R44, Robinson 44, which is one of the cheapest helicopters to buy as far as they go, and they're often used for training. So the R22 and R44 are a training helicopter. It's most likely a student pilot.
It's going to be in reference to her home being burglarized. It's already been reported. She just has additional information to report.
48, they're adding up. Easy.
0434554.
You may 39 Paul 10, copy your stop 100 blocks North Town Road.
We're going to listen to that West Chester dispatch about the burglary.
16 South Walnut Street, 116 South Walnut. See Mary Calkins. It's going to be in reference to her home being burglarized. That's already been reported. She just has additional information to report.
48, they're adding up. Easy.
116 South Walnut
You may
Street,
39
West
10, copy your
Chester.
stop 100 blocks North Town Road. 60 unit, your status.
That's in the middle of town. I mean, this is like
Tommy 3, okay?
it's not rural at all. That's downtown West
Can
Chester.
you call Delta 60?
Probably not connected.
Who's Delta 61? I don't know who they are. Can you call me? 10-4.
Appreciate
available. I'll be holding a report.
appreciate those of you that are tagging me on some of the updates that you're seeing on Twitter. That is extremely helpful. Thank you very much.
45 out here. Send it to me.
Hold on, so you can clear me out.
5, okay.
JLR live now. Let me see what he's up to.
Copy. It's going to be Westside Apartments, Clubhouse, 1107 Rapsam Road in the parking lot.
Put his feed here in the background. We do appreciate JLR for first of all being on the ground and getting this video for us. He's been gracious enough to let us restream stream his video. We appreciate him for that. That's there he is. We're not running his audio right now, as he's just showing us a little bit around the area that he's been in the last night. Was what we heard last. So we'll keep an eye. Most of what we're going to do here on this channel is going to be following the police scanner and updates we hear that way, as well as the press conference. Let's see. Cops aren't looking bad, but the head of operation definitely is. I agree. Every police officer we saw that we've seen, from ground footage, is doing his job and working his butt off in, rough conditions. And I realize they're paid to do that, and a lot of them are getting overtime pay. That's great. But they're still working and putting themselves on the front line and doing what they're paid to do, and they're following orders. And so you can't sort of fault them for what appears to be some leadership issues.
One copy.
Elliot says, adrenaline's low. Need a sighting. Let's see. Yes, I saw the chat. Is it crazy or what? Blaming JLR and Nick.
Hey, sorry, I don't think
Actually,
this is going to be
came over
ours.
the scanner last night, complaining about doing the live stream. Someone called the police. I was watching Nick when that police call came in. They're like, yeah, there's a YouTuber speeding through the area trying to find him. And like Nick already.
Yeah, we were watching when that happened too, and that's ridiculous. I hope that nobody in here is doing that. And if you're doing that in here, please do not. I do not appreciate. I don't think it's funny or cute at all. I don't want that going on in here at all. So yeah, we don't know who called, but I don't know. It just came across the scanner while we were listening to it that somebody was calling. And I mean, the dude, he's actually doing it. He just started his channel and was streaming it and letting anybody that wanted to stream it. It doesn't, he's not making money off of it. He's not being shitty. He's not striking anybody. So, I mean, I thought he was being pretty damn nice, only to turn around and get shit on. It's like no good deed goes unpunished. Yes, Ninny.
Why did he ditch it here? In this location. I can tell you that the locals are still in pickup trucks. I've talked to 3 of them. So kind. They said they like what I do. They were here. They waved. Saying that they're out here. They're armed. They're all checking up on each other's families because their families live all in these hills, rolling hills, this area. It's a vast amount of land. Goes all the way to forever, but Elverson, a little bit. Now, I'm told this area, by the locals, this is considered Glenmore, Pennsylvania. Glenmore, Pennsylvania. Glenmore. East Nantmeal Township, Glenmore, Pennsylvania. I know before I've said Ludwig's Corner. It's near Ludwig's Corner, but it's actually, the address is Glenmore. Right across the street. Corner. As we see, PSP, still patrolling. Still patrolling. They're out and about. They come around every few minutes. Here's another one. That is local police. Quiet.
Nothing happened to JLR. Actually, it happened to Nick last night while he was streaming. He was actually in the middle of streaming, and someone called the police and reported him for not only speeding, but for, reported him for being out here with like boots on the ground looking for Danilo. They called to report him. I'm like, are you fucking scared? Are you serious right now? You cannot be. You got to be joking me. So this is why we can't have nothing nice. This is why people don't let you stream and do other kind of stuff like that, because then you got people doing this stupid shit. So I hope that nobody does that. Like I said, it just ruins it for everybody else. Gamer Gen Z or whatever. I got your pictures. And that's a shame. I hope they get it. I'm glad they got it figured out. Yeah, he was at the gas station for a while. Yeah, and somebody called. It came across the scanner while we were live. It came across the scanner and said somebody called. It's storming really bad. My birds are scared, so I don't know if you can hear them or not, but they're in there going to town. Poor things. They're scared of the rain.
Police activity. The police activity is still going on around here. And I'm telling you, right over there at the church, there's military fatigues right now. Multiple vehicles and military fatigues. Pet stop. Here's another trooper. Troopers are still out. Like I said, or not trooper, yep. Local police, sheriff, Chester County Sheriff. Sheriffs are still out. I would say every 2 minutes, a sheriff or a PSP passes this road. I think the civilians around here are all looking out for each other. I don't see why you couldn't be out here. I mean, everyone has property. I'm not sure if they just want regular civilians walking around on other people's property like that. They're on high alert out here, folks. So, and also, one theory, I was talking to James. He had a pickup truck. I was just sitting out here talking to him on the road before I went live. And James is like, dude came out here and offed himself somewhere. I mean, you know what off yourself means. We never, that's people off themselves for a lot of reasons. We, shouldn't do that. People suffering. But for him, if you can almost say, when this one particular case, him offing himself might be a good thing. Some people might say, who cares? Good riddance, whatever. But they're saying that he could have offed himself somewhere out here. Like they knew that it's over for him and his body could be found somewhere out here. Do you believe that? Or do you think he's going to try to live as long as possible? Nothing to lose, folks. Remember, got nothing to lose. This is not a well, I have my chance at freedom one day. If he's caught and goes to the Pennsylvania state prison system, they will most likely never let him in general population. He's a survivalist. The question is, how did he manage to get away from that perimeter that authorities had secured, or they thought they had secured?
I don't believe he unalived himself either. I don't believe that either. I think he's out running around trying to find, desperately trying to find help or trying to find somebody that will help him.
Yesterday, lots of rain came through, thunderstorms.
I think at this point, he knows that his sister is possibly going to be deported. She's no longer able to help. And, that probably just caused a lot of problems within their family, or who knows, I mean, I don't know her life. So But I know that if my brothers were in trouble or did something, I probably would help them, or I would at least attempt to try to let them know that, I mean, I'm not going to help you and like come to pick you up and stuff. Like, I wish you the best, but I'm not going to turn around and turn you in either. So I don't know. I mean, I guess it goes both ways. Well, depending on what they did, I wouldn't want them to hurt anybody else either. So I guess I probably would call the police. I don't know. That's a tough call, man. That's a tough call. Because I mean, I would feel responsible if he hurt somebody. So I think I mean that would be a tough call. I think I might just call the police. I don't know. I guess it just when he, yeah, he's got nothing to lose, and that's scary. And I would feel terrible if he took somebody else's life or a child's life or something like that. So honestly, I think I probably would have to do the right thing and turn him in, because that's scary. You know what I mean? And it really is scary. Yeah, it's a tough spot because it's your brother. You love him, but I mean, if he did do something to a child or to a mother or a grandmother, or I mean, anybody really. I mean, but I mean, it makes me feel worse that a child could possibly be hurt or something. And I just, man, it's so hard to do that with somebody you love. But I mean, are you doing the right thing if you let him go out and kill more people? You know what I mean? So I guess like it's like a catch-22. You want to do the right thing. But you do, you love them because they're your family, but it's tough, man. It's really tough.
A hold of me, JLR at JLR Investigates. We want to know. BSP wouldn't elaborate. She was taken into custody by ICE. How many other family members does he have that we don't know about? Does he have more family members? Friends? Associates? Is there gang affiliation with him?
And those are good questions. And I'm sure the police know. I'm sure they have a really good idea. The feds, the U.S. Marshals, whoever's all out there. I'm sure they've done investigations, and I'm sure they're probably watching, his mother or sister, brother, siblings, anything like that. I'm sure they're probably, keeping an eye on them, the closest ones to him. And, it is a good question. Does he have gang affiliations? I know he came from Brazil, but you never really know, those are all good questions that would be helpful to know, because if he does, when you are a gang affiliated, he could get help like that. I mean, he could be up and gone. And Sunflower Girl, thank you so much for being here too, love. Good morning, Miss Queen Bee. You're putting in some early hours. Thank you for covering this. Yeah, I was gonna say there's so many people in that other chat. I can't go chat in a chat with 6,000 people. I just can't do it. It's too much. There's too much going on. The chat's flying. You can't keep up. You can't read what's going on. So I like it over here with our group of people here. I mean, even 1,000 people, 1,500 people, it's a lot easier to chat in than 6,000 people, So
People from out of state helping him. Remember the last time he was after he brutally MURDER'd his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. He was trying to flee. He actually did flee to Virginia. But 2 of his people, friends, helped him, and was granted immunity by prosecution. Could we get into the same situation where another friend or associate helped him in any way? from this location. This is the last location he was at. This is, that we know about. This is the last location. And the authority said they're confident that he was driving in that van. So this is the last location right here, folks. Where did he go from here? Did he go north? Did he go south? Did he come up here, ditch the car, ditch the van, which was right over there, come up here, go south? Did he go north? Did he go east through the cornfields? Or did he go west? Did he go in any of those directions? How are you? Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, let me put the camera over here. She's going to ask me, a local's going to ask me a question. She said she don't want to be on camera. So let me get some information. Stay with me. Maybe she'll have something for me. So I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, what do you got?
Now I feel like he did this on purpose. Be quiet. Let's listen. Shh. Because JLR now, come on. You could have hit the fucking mute button. I don't even know why you just did that. If they didn't want to be on camera. See, this is why you piss me off. Because they didn't be on camera. If you're talking like that, then you should have muted the phone and had respect for them. They're trying to help you out. But then you turn around and do that. And you got a local that's wanting to help you out and give you information, and you leave it on.
All right, so a local resident just came and talked to me. Nothing new.
Oh, well, still.
Thinks he's in the trees. A local resident thinks he is in the trees still.
Oh, hell
There's
no.
still a police presence around here.
Good morning,
They're
Melissa.
still around here at different locations.
Y'all think he's in the
Not
trees?
sure
I don't think
if
so.
he's here. It's not like a perimeter like they had before down there at Longwood, but there is a police presence. When I'm done this video, I will put out the military type people that I saw over there at the church. I'll put that out. And you can see. And I'll keep you informed on what's going on out here. I am on standby. We'll talk soon, everyone. Out here in the fields of Chester County, where people are just jumping on.
All right, so, okay, hold on. In PA, it's illegal to record someone else without their permission. I think that's why maybe muting some. Well, he didn't mute. That's what I just said. He just put the phone down. He just put the phone down and walked away. And I mean, I know it was really hard to hear, and sometimes you really can't hear. But you would think he would keep that, and that person anonymous. They didn't want to be on the computer or the live or whatever. They wanted to give him information. I mean, even though it wasn't like information like breaking news, but what if it was, Let's see. Oh, okay. Just the phone calls. Yeah, didn't it? That felt very much like an Ernie Shell type publicity stunt. Well, just like that Danelo coming in the chat, like when they came over here, we know that's a troll. You know when somebody's trolling you. You know what I mean? But you know what really catches me off guard is there's like the news stations are not around. The only people that are really like recording is JLR and a couple other people, Nick and a few others. And I feel like the more they record and the more they live stream, the more the police are like, man, there were so many people around yesterday, you guys. There were so many people there following yesterday. It was It was crazy. Here, we'll go see what Recovery Addict's up to here. Talking about.
And help each other, and I think that philosophy has benefited me a ton, and I'll try to continue doing that. I'm not perfect. I make big mistakes. I appreciate you guys giving me a little bit of grace that way while I'm still learning myself. Detective, it says 3 questions. The LEO in charge initially was demoted for a similar situation concerning the manhunt, correct? I believe so. I believe that's correct. Why are the officers just waiting at cars and not moving in? That's operational. And that's somebody being hauled to the jail. That's all right. I think that if they knew where he was, they would move in. I think they will. At this point, I think they're done setting up perimeters. But right now, they don't know where he is. Hoping for some truth at the press conference. I'm hoping for some good questions. Sleuthen, do I also support smaller creators like yourself? Of course. Reach out to me on the burner phone. Let me know. I'd love to take a look at what you're doing. And if there's something I can do to help, let me know. That being said, the burner phone is on Do Not Disturb here as we're using it for something else. So send me a message. I'll try to respond to you.
209, okay?
Do you think he's still in Pennsylvania and will be caught soon? I'm hoping they have information that indicates he's still there. I'd love it if the pressure that they put on him after the Ring doorbell incident was enough that he was not able to get the assistance he was looking for. That would indicate to me that he probably still is there and needs to steal a car, and it basically changes his plan. If he doesn't have support, he's going to be on the run and constantly looking over his shoulder. If he gets support, that range that he can travel to, I think, grows a lot.
And 41137.
He's definitely desperate. He's actually reaching out to people he knows.
For job complaint, looks like there's water coming out of the bank into the parking lot and it smells like sewage. 430, okay.
There's water coming out of the bank into the parking lot and it smells like sewage.
410. Renaissance Academy, 413 Fairview Street. You must be dispatched out for respiratory difficulty.
If y'all don't know, deer hunting season starts this month. Wow. Yeah. Maybe he'll be found by a deer hunter.
Now, you know what? That does scare me a little bit because my family goes deer hunting. We go deer hunting and it is the start of the season, but they often take stuff with them in their trucks and I hate for something to happen or for him to use a deer blind and somebody go out to their deer blind and find him camping out there and have an issue or, something along those lines. That would be awful. And I hope nothing like that happens. That kind of scared me when he said that. So I didn't like that at all.
See, Grizzly's here. Hello, Grizzly. Or is it Grizzly or just Grizzlies are here? Any Grizzlies here? Grizzly was here previously, but I wanted to give a shout out to her. She gave me just a huge, amazing shout out on her channel on Sunday.
Yes, Grizzly is awesome. I don't know if you guys know her, but if you don't, you'll have to check her out. She's been streaming since day 4, I believe. But she is actually a very, very good creator, and she does amazing work. I also need to say thank you, too, for Ikenmel. He sent over, like 2,000 people over here yesterday. So I was very grateful for that. Thank you so very much.
There's a hoodie slogan, growing together. What questions would you like to see asked today? Created by EJF.
You need me to go up there?
Let me turn this down a little bit because we're not hearing any suspicious things right now. A couple questions. Let me pull up some of my thoughts from the other day.
Hey, Sergeant Whistler and I will be good. Just stay out there with Mom as long as she needs and make sure.
I think my biggest question
any questions that I may be able to answer from in here, just shoot me a text or give me a call.
Okay, I'm not sure who that was. Hang on 1 second. I'll answer this.
I can get it. I'm just clearing Thornton's. I haven't checked the brakes.
That was Caln Township. CALN.
2742. 742.
Okay, one of the biggest questions I'd like to have answered is specifically if they are changing their tactics. No, after 11 days of trying the same thing and it not working, are they changing their tactics and how they're responding to the sightings, and how
7 Paul 42.
and how they're escalating? I mean, is it more, keep your 400 guys, but put 200 of them in a room monitoring tips and process them faster? I mean, are they doing something like that to change up and be able to be more responsive to these sightings? Because we know he's elusive, we know he's quick. That would probably be my question off the start.
9 Roser Avenue. Yes, dispatch out for a fall.
Dispatch out for a fall. I'm also very curious about the funding, about the financial side of this. The basic questions the news are going to ask about the manpower, what they have on the scene, where they think he is, where they think he's going, is he getting help? Those questions are still pertinent, and if those answers change, or if they're able to provide answers now, I'd like to hear those as well. It's not going to hurt. They signed the $200,000 check. Check under podium. Question, please. Bigger. Yes. Is there somewhere under the podium? He could be there. He could fit there. Let's see. Miss Webb, did they get to the cornfield quickly yesterday? They did. And I believe the call, I'm not sure if it was a police officer. I'd like to get clarification on that as well. If it was a police officer or a citizen that said he was spotted running through the cornfield. They had a pretty good description, or at least pretty good confidence that was him running through the cornfield. So that was pretty quick. Many grizzlies here. There are many grizzlies all over the world. Grizzly True Crime is a great channel.
2375 status. 75, okay.
It might increase the reward.
75, okay.
We've been asking for that for a while. I think that will help. Just to raise awareness. It will spread this out from being a local story where it's a very big deal to more of a regional story, even the surrounding states, that could be useful.
1445. Answering. Are you witness for your address then? No.
The only reason I would be in favor of them not releasing the video on the Ring camera is if it contained information that would put the person on the other side of that Ring video in danger, or maybe even if it's in danger from the public. So that's what, they have to be careful about that. You can't just dump everything out on the public. But if it doesn't have that, if it's just him at the door saying, "Hey, answer the door, I need some money, guys, the cops are after me," something like that, I want to hear that. Prison warden should put the reward up more. Poor prison warden, second day or 18 hours on the job, and he has an escapee.
Checking the exterior doors. 25, okay. 17 David 25 NDC check for a 5767.
30 year status.
Felicia finds it suspicious that no police officers spotted him. There have been a couple police officers spotted him.
I haven't opened the garage door.
She does such a good job. The level of research she puts into her streams are just incredible. The background information that she digs up, she knows what she's talking about, and puts me to shame in so many areas. It's just, she does an incredible job. I love it. They need to leave random supplies with an air tag inside around the woods.
From the garage is also open. I'll be inside checking.
An air tag, for those that may not know, I think everybody knows.
To the residence from inside the garage is still open.
Oh, let me show you.
0435 over 91. 0435.
So I'm giving away all my secrets here, but for my live view
erratic,
device.
Northbound High Street, north of Stadium Road. 3 red compact car, possibly Mirage, unknown Delaware registration, swerving. Callers no longer on location and not following.
For my live view device, I have an AirTag. It looks like a button. Let me turn
And
off
I will
the
advise
camera
the
here.
borough.
1 second. It's about the size of a large flat battery, and it's made by Apple. It's a little transmitter, and it goes for like 6 months on a battery. But this can be tracked, and anytime it moves around, it will ping anyone else's iPhone. So if my neighbor with an iPhone comes by, it might ping and say, "Hey, I'm here," and it gets the location.
Just give me a minute.
Gets the location from those.
Yeah, 60540, okay?
Hang on 1 second.
You call in when you got it. I copy.
Okay, lots of traffic on the radio. I apologize. Anyway, it gives the location. You can track items anytime it's around somebody with an iPhone. It will ping. So they're saying put bags with supplies with a hidden AirTag out there, and then anytime he goes near somebody, it will ping his location. So that would be fun. I do that so I don't accidentally leave my camera gear somewhere and know where it was. Let's see. Do you believe the law enforcement needed to detain deport the sister? I thought she helped prosecute. Kenny, I've heard that she did testify in the trial against him.
I believe your right driver was possibly the escaped prisoner because they were driving like they were trying to get away and blasting Latino music.
Guys, I don't have words. But just realize the dispatchers all over the county have been taking calls like this all day and all night long for 10 days. Wow. Yeah. Just because somebody looks Hispanic, that is not suspicious. If they're driving down the road listening to the radio, it's not suspicious.
They were told the RP there are 2 women trying to break into this vacant rental property. On the description, they have a white pickup on the mega model.
Yes, it's 040. Travel time for Blitz.
Drive it like you stole it.
Good.
Yes, this is.
I just cleared West Coast. You want me to run up there and grab that sewage complaint?
Oh man, he's volunteering to take the sewage call. The sewage leaking out of the bank into the parking lot.
I'm here now. Just trying to find out where text was coming from. Is you about Sam 1, your status?
He's not Latino. He's Brazilian. Apparently, we don't know the difference.
I'm on the 100 spur. I just need to get myself turned around. I'll head up that way. Is you about Sam 1, your status?
Sam 1 still checking.
40, please. 25 Sam 1, copies of checking. 40, please.
Unit 03 Pulse 2, copy your stop 1, south of Kaylin Road.
We are listening to what's called a trunked radio system for the Chester County Emergency Services area. So we're listening to pretty much all the police departments in that county, and some of them are a ways away. But we realized that the perimeter really it blew up, it exploded. It's not there anymore. So we branched out, so we're listening in case something happens a ways away as well. So unfortunately, it makes the radio very busy because we're listening to stuff that's from 40 miles away. But at least this will be able to hear what happens. It is concerning. It is concerning. I would love to see law enforcement reach out to communities that particularly might be affected by this, and talk to them about how can we work together on this? How could we help? What can we do? Yes, she did say he was blasting Latino music and driving erratically, and so she thought he was the prisoner. Thomas says, I live near the last sighting and just drove out there. There's still heavy roaming police presence between his last seen location.
Unit 03 Pulse 2, okay. When you're available, I'll be holding a diabetic emergency, 212 South Willow Street.
That's location in Phoenixville. So these are the 2 locations here on the map, here on the screen on the right. Last location, I believe we're talking this group on the left, because that number 8 that's in white on the top, that was not confirmed. But he was spotted in Phoenixville, which is on the right, and the last location over on the left. I think he ditched his car over here and might be trying to I think he's still trying to get support. So I think he's still trying to get to family, friends, acquaintances, someone over there.
Hey, staff, we have a missing female.
Don, welcome to the gallery. Appreciate you joining as a member. Make sure you take a seat. Type in !seat in chat. You have reserved front row virtual seating. He's Brazilian. I believe some of the confusion, Holly, is that when he escaped from Brazil, he went through a couple countries.
Yeah, she's missing from Pottstown. So I just talked to the lady who's looking for her. Who told her she's 99% sure it is the missing girl from Pottstown. I'm trying to call Pottstown, but they're not picking up their phone. I'm gonna get out here. The water department's out here and see if they maybe told her too. But I'm checking the area. The area of Laurelwood Fisher.
This
She
is
was
a missing girl
southbound,
call,
and she
not
found a lost
related.
sight of her in the area of Laurelwood Fisher. So, and she also called the mom to let her know that she found her.
Anyway, the suspect, when he escaped
Okay.
Brazil,
I'll head down there to the mail
he
down.
I'm gonna turn it down. It's just so much chatter.
27.
When he escaped from Brazil, he may have got an identity that lists himself as Latino. So he got a new identity in another country, and that's where people are basing off of. But that's not how it works. He is Brazilian still, even if he has a fake ID from somewhere else.
25 stand 1, the residence is clear. I'm trying to find a way to lock all these open doors.
Yeah, 25 Sam 1, okay. This is okay if I show you status, okay then?
Sam 1, yes.
I realize the ID, the description saying he's Latino or people saying he's Hispanic, they have to describe what he looks like in some way. They can't just say 5 foot tall man. There's people have characteristics, visual characteristics that are beyond just their height and gender, and even that sometimes is looks different. So I think Latino is probably the closest description they can get.
26 units, your status.
Kristen, the biggest update we just got from the state police saying there's going to be another press conference at 2:00. So we have just over 2 hours, 2 hours and 8 minutes before that one starts. That's going to be in the same place that they had the police, the presser yesterday.
26427, our starts BK.
26427, okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep up with chat, and as you can see, it's moving pretty quick. If you have a question for me, if you can tag me by typing the @ symbol and my name, Recovery Addict, that'll show up in orange on my screen, like this right here.
1001 Kimberly Lane.
It'll be easier for me to locate.
Kimberly Lane. It's precipitous condition. Ruby came across a water bottle with a brown liquid inside. Ruby's wife stated it's probably an explosive that contains Drano.
Okay, I should not laugh. If you find a bottle on the side of the road that has liquid that doesn't look like the original liquid in it, first of all, don't open it.
Copy en route 40.
The bottle does not contain Drano, and it's not an explosive. It would have exploded already. Now, Drano can be used to make an explosive.
TMC, okay.
I'm not going to tell you how, of course, but there's
135 Talgrass Court, 135 Talgrass Court. This condition came from the PSP tip line. Gray Hyundai Sonata, Kia registration Lincoln Boyd Zebra 5985, parked in a snow removal lane for 30 minutes. Subject with a hat inside the vehicle.
And 29 Sam 2, copy en route 40.
CMC, okay.
So this tip about subject in a Sonata wearing a hat for half an hour, came through the PSP tip line for this search.
1 to 10.
Yeah, I think it's more of a pee bottle than a Drano bottle. Alicia, we didn't hear anything more about the dirt bike call. They probably got up there and couldn't find the dirt bike. I doubt it would be him. The address they gave, that was a pretty far away. Maria, yes, we can see your messages. Cindy Haynes, happy birthday. It's not my birthday, Cindy.
I'm not sure exactly where. Can you go to the Fairways office and speak to one of the managers? I guess there's some porta potty damage somewhere on the property they'd like to report.
Sure. I'll be right over.
That's going to be a fun call to take as well.
3375.
So,
put me on stop. 375.
in the last 30 minutes, the police have responded to a call about
Around Block of Pennsylvania, Maryland, 34469 Charlie Kilo.
Yeah, that's a traffic
Stolen
stop.
Mercedes.
They've responded to a call about sewage leaking out from the bank into the parking lot, a pee bottle, and now a damaged porta potty. So I guess it's better than responding to new murders or other crimes that are happening. But still, those poor officers. Butterflies and alibis. Yes, I believe they are. They're paying attention to areas of interest. I don't think they're stalking everyone he knows, but they're keeping an eye on the area. Why did they arrest his sister? They haven't given the specifics, but they have said there were some immigration issues. The rumors that we've heard about her trying to help him have not been confirmed. And maybe those will be confirmed today, or maybe they'll be debunked. But that comes from an official source that I've heard. Do you think he will try to skip state? Travis, definitely. I think that's on his plan, but I think he needs some support. He needs to get everything he can to try to have the best shot at making a run for it. And that might be money. That might be, changing his appearance considerably, or even getting some assistance. Is it possible he had access to a fake passport? He sat in jail for like 2 years, right? After we finally caught him after the murder, before he was tried for it. I think he sat in jail for 2 years. So he would have had to stage everything or have somebody help set it up. I don't think so.
Can you put me out of the disabled vehicle at Pine and 3rd? Yeah, we're 7 David 25, copy, you're okay?
Yeah, 0657, okay.
One thing that's of note here on this police scanner is that in this area, the officers rarely use 10 codes.
Yeah, 03 Paul 2. Copy of the diabetic emergency, 212 South Willow Street.
Oh, okay.
10 codes are frequently used to shorten a transmission. Last night, I heard one call where an officer got on and said 95, and immediately the dispatch says, jumped on the radio, called 2 officers and says 1095, 1095, which means the officer needs assistance. And you can go up and you can pull the 10 codes from online for the county. So they have 10 codes, but in their communications, they're not using them day in and day out.
You can place me en route to.
Yeah.
209, okay.
There is not a perimeter set up. There is
Staff,
not.
I just ran into the parents or the mom. They're in the area looking as well. It is from Lower Potts Road. Yeah.
209, okay.
Aircraft, let's see if we have anything searching for him right now. I don't think we do. We have not had any aircraft up this morning in the area. Let's see what we have driving around here. The state plane took off and flew west from Reading. We've got a chopper coming in, but this is a Pennstar. This is a medical chopper. It's from the University of Pennsylvania Health. So that's not it. Don't see any news choppers inbound either. Let's see, we've got one way over here, which is, I don't know who this is. Let's check that out. It's a private owner. It's by Newton or Newtown. I'm not seeing anything over any of the search areas that would be of interest.
Basis on that now child left in a red truck about 3 minutes ago.
Okay, so this scanner's been on, but I've had it muted. Do you guys want me to mute this and listen to the scanner, or do you want to listen to him? Do you guys want to watch like news clips? You want to watch the press conference from yesterday so it's fresh in your mind for today? What y'all want to do? Let me know. Oh, are you Jackie? And let me put this link in here because I forgot about it yesterday too. I got in because I haven't been doing my intros, and that's when I remember to put it in. Let's see here. Pulling a B10. The press conference from yesterday, Jen. Yeah, I'll put that on in. That way we'll have a refresher. We can get a So, okay, let's see here. Here's the okay. Let's do an update on search for convicted murder of Chester. This is from 6 days ago. This is for the very first press conference. This one from 6 days ago. We can watch that one or watch the brand new. Which new one from a couple days ago, or is this one from 6 days ago? Do both of them. You guys want to refer on both of them? Listen to that one and the one from earlier. Yes. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Jen. We need a little refresher here. There's been so much information pushed out. We need a refresher. Okay, let's see here. We'll do this one, and I'll just put playback speed like 125 and see if we can make it a little faster. So this one, okay, so this is the very first press conference from 6 days ago. Let's play this one here. Let's see. While we're waiting here.
Good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, Deputy Commissioner of Operations with Pennsylvania State Police. With me is Major D'Ambrosio over to my right, the area commander for this area of the Pennsylvania State Police. Also, I'm joined by District Attorney Deb Ryan and also Rob Clark from the U.S. Marshal's Office. As you know, on the morning of Thursday, August 31st, inmate Danelo Cavalcante escaped from the Chester County Prison. The investigation into the escape is ongoing and is being conducted jointly by the Chester County District Attorney's Office and the Pennsylvania State Police. After the escape was detected at approximately 10 o'clock that morning, a county employee reported seeing an individual matching the description of Cavalcante south of the prison and near Route 52. Numerous law enforcement agencies searched that area but could not locate Cavalcante. The escape investigation and search was originally coordinated by the Chester County District Attorney's Office with assistance from the Pennsylvania State Police and numerous other local, state, and federal agencies. With much of the effort now focused in PSP primary coverage area, District Attorney Ryan has requested PSP to take a leading role in this investigation. We have agreed to do that and, of course, continue to work closely with the District Attorney's Office as we move forward. We continue to bring more technology and personnel to bear on this situation. Since the day of the escape, there have been several credible sightings within an area bordered by the intersection of Route 926 and 52, north on 52 to Parkersville Road, southeast to 926, and west to the intersection of 926 and 52 in Pocopson Township. In total, there have been 4 sightings within that boundary. The most recent credible sighting occurred yesterday afternoon, also within that bordered area. We have secured that area and continue to actively search it. While there are a number of challenges, we are confident that if he is in there, we will find him. We are asking for the public's help in a number of ways. First, familiarize themselves with the photograph and description of Cavalcante. There is every reason to believe he remains in this area. Second, within the secured area I've described, as well as near there, we are asking residents to check on their neighbors. If they're not at home, please let us know so we can check their property in their absence. We know that we have numerous homes within the search area in which we presume the occupants are away for the holiday weekend. We have been checking the exteriors of many of those homes, but as they return, if they find anything disturbed, please stop and call us so that we can check it out prior to them going through the residence. Third, please check your home security cameras and call us with anything suspicious you might observe. There's been a tip line established, and we can be reached at 717-562-2987. 717-562-2987. All tips, of course, will be fully investigated. We also remind everyone that a reward totaling up to $10,000 has been offered for information leading to the capture of Danelo Cavalcante. I wanted to say a couple of things to the community as well, if I could. First, you may be hearing a message that's being broadcast from a helicopter or from cars in the vicinity of that perimeter that I talked about. One of the things that we have done is we've had the individual's mother make a recording asking him to surrender peacefully. It's done in Spanish, or actually Portuguese, and it's being broadcast in an effort to facilitate his peaceful surrender. Secondly, we're also asking the community to avoid the wooded area or anything outside of the immediate area around their homes in that perimeter that I described. As I said, we're actively searching that area. We're certainly not trying to lock anyone down, but we want to keep residents as safe as possible while we thoroughly search that area. So again, we ask them to refrain from that area. And I'd also like to thank the community for their support. You know, this has gone on for a couple of days now. I know it's stressful for the community, but I want to assure you that all of us up here and our respective offices are working diligently to bring this to a conclusion as quickly as possible. Please know we are devoting all available resources. We're constantly identifying additional needs. We're making sure we bring those in, and we will resolve this as quickly as possible and as safely as possible. With that said, we'll be happy to take questions if any of you have any.
For the most recent sighting, can you just describe a little bit about what he looks like? Have you changed his appearance at all, or what was the nature of that sighting?
The appearance was very similar to what we've described, perhaps looking a little more worn and tired, but a very brief sighting, and it was a trooper actually that observed him in some distance, gave chase, but was unable, because of the terrain and some other obstacles there, was unable to get to him before he disappeared.
Where did he run off to? Or can you just give a little bit
It was all within that perimeter area, but I don't want to be any more specific than that.
Can you elaborate on what makes it a credible sighting? Is it all visual, or are there video components to any of it?
One was a video sighting that I believe you have all seen. We've analyzed that video. The others are not video, but after extensive interviews, we believe them to be credible sightings.
Do you have any reason to believe that he's being assisted by anyone out there at this point?
I wouldn't want to comment at this point. We'll of course explore all avenues, and that's always something we look for, but I wouldn't want to comment anything more right now. I'm sorry. We can confirm that we have investigated actually 2 burglaries. The evidence is still under analysis at this point, and so I can't confirm that it was him, but they are of interest to us. Well, not only because of those 2 instances, but we know that that he is going to be looking for a means to sustain himself. He's going to need clothing. He's going to need food, and just to get in out of the weather. It's pretty hot out there. I'm sure he's looking for some better shelter. So for a lot of reasons, we would be concerned about where he might hide.
Did you dispatch any troopers to water line drive for one of those current properties?
That's within the search area, and yes, we have investigated a number of things within that search area. I don't want to get any more specific than that.
In some way, but then water, as you mentioned, trying to prevent shelter. Talking about when you're looking for someone who is in a desperate situation right now, what are those things that you're taking into account in terms of his needs?
Well, from experience, there are a lot of things that we'll consider, but certainly you have to keep in mind he's stressed right now. Imagine any one of you being placed in a situation where you may not have had a chance to pack. You don't have things with you other than what you're wearing, and you don't have cash, you don't have a credit card, you don't have any other means to support yourself. You're going to be desperate, and that's the situation he's in. But it's also why one of our practices in how we conduct these types of investigations and manhunts is that we'll continue to push him hard. I intend to stress him. I want to push him hard. He'll make mistakes. He'll show himself. He's already shown himself, we believe, a few times. We'll contain him, and we will eventually catch him. We will do it as quickly as possible. Obviously, it takes time. He is desperate. He does not want to be caught. He has very little to lose at this point. So I'm going to defer to the school districts to communicate that information out. I can tell you that we have been in touch with the State Department of Education, having discussions about this, and also the district attorney has been in touch with several of the local superintendents. We're going to have another discussion later this afternoon. Ultimately, the decision rests with the school districts. We can provide them sort of the latest picture of what's going on in their areas, and then we ask them to make that decision and communicate that out to the parents. Yes. If he is not actively surrendering, deadly force is authorized.
This is for Deb Ryan. Have you completed your investigation into the prison break at this point, or are you still?
Mike, our goal right now is to find this man and capture him. So we are channeling all of our efforts to bring him into custody. That is secondary. That is certainly a concern. But at this point, all manpower has been executed to find and hunt down this fugitive. As I indicated, our focus right now is to capture this fugitive. He's a dangerous person. We will be able to update our investigation with respect to what happened at the prison at a later date.
Right, but I mean, obviously the question is, like, could other people also escape? I mean, is there something, at issue with the prison where somebody else can pull this off?
They have been looking into what happened and they are investigating what happened. I'm not at liberty at this point to share with the public what is going on with respect to that investigation. The prison is very aware of whatever vulnerabilities they had, and they have made efforts to correct those vulnerabilities.
You know how he escaped, or you're just not saying, or you just don't know?
As I indicated, we are working on the investigation with respect to the escape, but our main focus right now is to capture this fugitive.
Could you confirm Friday if there was another escape 2 months prior to this?
Yes, there was. That's correct. I believe it was in May of this year.
We interviewed a neighbor.
All right, I'm gonna, okay, so this was the first one from 6 days ago. We watched, like really the important to see. So this one right here is the presser from yesterday. This is what I really need to catch up on this. So here we go.
My name is Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, Deputy Commissioner of Operations with the Pennsylvania State Police. Joining me today is District Attorney Deb Ryan, Chief County Detective David Sasa, Rob Clark from the U.S. Marshal's Office, ASAC Jamie Milligan, FBI Philadelphia, Commander Andrew Regan, U.S. Border Patrol, and Director Bill Messerschmidt, Chester County Emergency Management. There have been a significant number of developments in this investigation over the past 24 hours. Earlier this morning, at approximately 12:30 a.m., PSP was made aware of a sighting of Cavalcante in the East Pikeland area of Chester County. Our investigation yielded the following occurrences. Sometime during the evening of September 9th, Cavalcante stole a 2020 Ford Transit van from an area approximately 3/4 of a mile from the perimeter we were maintaining near the Longwood Gardens property. The keys had been left in the van, and the theft was not noticed until PSP canvassed the area looking for a possible stolen vehicle after a report of a sighting of Cavalcante in the East Pikeland area. It was determined Cavalcante used the van and traveled to that area. At 9:52 p.m., he attempted to contact an individual he had known and worked with several years prior. Cavalcante spoke with the individual via a video doorbell at that residence and inquired about meeting with that individual. The individual was at dinner with his family and did not respond to meet Cavalcante. Cavalcante left that residence. The homeowner eventually returned home, reviewed his doorbell recording, and called local police. PSP received a call about this sighting and the next at 12:30 in the morning on September 10th, 2023. This was our first indication that Cavalcante had been able to travel from the area of Longwood Gardens. Phoenixville area, in which Cavalcante appeared at a residence of another old work associate at 10:07 p.m. That associate was not home, but a female resident observed Cavalcante and called her friend. That friend responded to the residence and eventually placed a call to local police. Police investigated and then notified PSP. During that investigation, there was an indication of a white vehicle possibly being used by Cavalcante. An updated photo of Cavalcante was provided to state and local law enforcement at 2:30 a.m. Using the description provided, at 5:20 a.m., investigators identified a vehicle from the Longwood Gardens area which fit the description of the vehicle operated by Cavalcante. Upon contacting the vehicle owner, the owner realized their vehicle had been stolen. Further investigation revealed the keys had been left in the vehicle. Law enforcement nationwide was immediately notified of the theft, and an alert was provided to state and local law enforcement at 5:37 a.m. After an extensive search, the vehicle was discovered abandoned in a field behind a barn in East Nantmeal Township at 10:40 a.m. Investigators have been searching the area around that location since that time. We are obviously very concerned that Cavalcante has or will attempt to steal another vehicle to facilitate his escape. As a reminder, we ask for the public's help by familiarizing themselves with the updated photographs and description of Cavalcante, to check security cameras they have, and to call us immediately if they believe they may have seen him. Again, we ask residents to please secure homes, outbuildings, and vehicles. This most recent incident is a reminder that he will take advantage of any opportunity to obtain items he needs. It is also imperative that anyone with information about Cavalcante contact us immediately so we can act on it in a timely manner. I have told you from the start of this manhunt that we were conducting a multifaceted investigation, which includes strong investigative and technological components. Those aspects become even more important now. We will aggressively continue this investigation with our federal, state, county, and local partners until we successfully bring Cavalcante back into custody. Cavalcante is considered extremely dangerous, and there is a reward of up to $20,000 offered for information leading to his capture. Anyone with information is asked to call our tip line at 717-562-2987. 717-562-2987. I know this is an extremely stressful time for the community. I assure you, we are doing everything possible to bring this to a successful resolution as quickly as possible. I also want to make mention of a special thank you to Longwood Gardens. I will tell you that for some time, the past several days, we've had to essentially take over that property, and they have been very, very, very accommodating, and I appreciate that. Not everyone, not every business or organization would be as accommodating, and so I thank them. And with that, I will be happy, and as will the others here, to take any questions that you may have.
You had 400 officers within this perimeter. You had it closed down to a 4 square miles, I understand. And yet he somehow slipped through this perimeter and then is spotted at Phoenixville. How do you explain that?
Well, what I would tell you is that, as I've said from the very beginning, there are a number of challenges in any investigation. No perimeter is 100% secure, ever. We did a very good job, and I will tell you, I applaud the men and women who were out there standing in some very difficult conditions and trying to secure that perimeter. I'm not going to make an excuse to you. I wish it had not happened. Unfortunately, there are a lot of circumstances, there are a lot of issues associated with that property. Tunnels, very large drainage ditches, things that could not be secured. You couple that with weather, aviation being down for a night. There are a number of reasons. Again, no excuses. We took on the responsibility. We gave it a very good effort. We gave.
There are underground tunnels.
There are underground tunnels there.
We provide blueprints along gardens. Is the measure there facilitating with that?
Construction, that also other tunnels and areas under construction that cannot be secured. It's really that simple. So you do the best you can with any given circumstance. It's no different when it's a wooded search. It's no different when there are challenges with every one of them. And so we do the very best that we can. Our people did a great job, and I applaud them. I wish that he had not been able to slip through there, but that does happen sometimes, and that's why we don't simply rest on our laurels and say, okay, we're going to take one approach. I will tell you, I mean, to give you some idea, I brought you all in here on Friday and showed you the scope of this. I nearly doubled the planning for 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Our plan had been to go close to 600 members of law enforcement to do one massive sweep of that around weather and some of those other kinds of things. So it is not for a lack of trying that this occurred. We'll fall back, as we do in any other investigation, when something doesn't go our way, we'll fall back to something else. In the end, I am confident we will capture him. and we will bring him back into the criminal justice system.
So you believe that Cavalcante?
I'm sorry, sir.
I'm hearing that his sister was arrested.
Currently, we're up in a little more in the northern part of the county. I do not have a perimeter secured up there. We're searching an area around where we recovered the van, but there are a number of other pieces of information that are in play that don't require a perimeter and are the focus of our efforts at this point.
What's Cavalcante's family's involvement at this point? His mom was assisting you earlier, but now hearing that his sister's been arrested by ICE and possibly for deportation.
That is accurate.
And
Do you believe that he's getting
cooperating?
Do you believe that he's getting any assistance from those family members or anyone else in this community?
As always, I'm not going to comment on what assistance he may or may not be receiving, but we take steps to try and minimize or eliminate that assistance, and that's exactly what we've done at this
Where's
point.
the focal point of the search right now?
The physical search right now is near that the recovery of that van, but again, there are a number of other things in play that don't require that physical presence up there, and those are all equally or even more important at this point.
You still believe he is in Pennsylvania and probably Chester County? Have other special forces come in over the last few hours for your efforts from other states? And then anything else about the victim's family right now?
I do believe that he's still in Pennsylvania. I can tell you that the victim's family remains under protection, and we assure them that they will be fully protected through all of this. And I'm sorry, what was the other part of your question?
Additional support coming in from other states?
Yes, as always, we adjust. I just mentioned the planning that had obviously I couldn't disclose to you ahead of time, but the planning that was going into tomorrow's efforts. We were bringing even more resources in. What we're doing now is shifting, again, based on the nature of how I see the investigation playing out going forward. All of our partners here are doing an amazing job of shifting now and bringing the resources we need to bear. Yes, sir.
Can you repeat the location of where that van was located, just to make sure we have that right? And also, this video, or these images that you shared, what has the person who shared this talking about? What he's saying through the screen camera? What is he asking for? Does this tell you that he's now trying to get support from associates?
So the first part of your question, East Nantmeal Township in Chester County. The second part, I'm not going to be specific, but yes, he is absolutely, I'll give it a general characterization. He is absolutely looking for support. He needs that support. He doesn't have it. Yes, ma'am.
How did he get from Mountain Gardens over to Ben's farm and nobody saw him? If the police car followed off Cloudville, north of the last 2 days, how come nobody saw him? How did he get there?
Well, ma'am, first of all, you've got darkness, you've got a variety of weather conditions, and you've got some fairly rugged terrain. And I mentioned, drainage ditches, underground tunnels, all of those kinds of things. There are a lot of factors. Until I capture him or we capture him and I or others have an opportunity to interview, and if he would share that, I guess then we'll know. But until then, I don't know how he got over there. I wish I did. I could speculate on a couple of possibilities, but I can tell you that, again, no perimeter is 100% secure. We do the best we can. Most times, we're able to secure it adequately. These were from, yes, it was, when I say an acquaintance, it was someone he had worked with several years ago. I'm not suggesting that they have a relationship with him now. It was someone he's worked with, but he sought out.
What's your location that
I don't have any substantive proof right now that he has a weapon, but clearly he has been in residences, businesses, and in vehicles, at least one, that I can't say what may or may not have been in any of those locations that he had access to. I got to tell you, I'm not tracking the cost right now. We're doing what it takes to successfully run this investigation. In terms of what we need, I will tell you that our partners have been amazing. Anything that I've asked for, anything that they have suggested, because there's a lot of expertise standing behind me and in the room over here. Anything that has been reasonably suggested by any of us, each of us steps up and accommodates with those resources. Well, again, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but I've suggested all along that there are a number of investigative and technological pieces that can be brought to bear. That is where this shifts until such time as we have him in a position where we're prepared to try and contain and capture him again. Yes, ma'am. Just 1 minute, sir.
Are you aware of any vigilante type people who are trying to help you guys, or citizen cops out there?
Yes, I have heard that that's the case.
How do you reconcile what the professionals are doing with what the amateurs are doing? Are they helping you in any way or not at all?
They're not helping us at all, and in fact, they become a hindrance. Again, some of the technology, some of our resources have to be diverted at times when they insert themselves into a scene. It's not helpful. I wish they wouldn't do it. I've asked that they not, but I can't stop them in some cases from doing it.
Are you prepared to characterize this as a nationwide manhunt now that we've broken the perimeter, had access to a vehicle,
potentially leave the state?
We have always looked at the potential that it could be a nationwide manhunt. The resources that are standing here with me already make it a nationwide manhunt. The information is being shared as appropriate across the country. This morning, before we even had a full picture, the information we had was being shared with appropriate law enforcement all across the country. And so we keep our law enforcement partners apprised of the progress or the setbacks for that matter. And we work with them as necessary. So certainly going forward, any information that we think is appropriate or could even potentially be utilized by partners will be shared. And the agencies represented here are in a position to do that.
Do you think that the officials who are getting intel about Cavalcante, those who knew that prison guards, prosecutors, do you think that they've underestimated how resourceful he is, how resilient he is? I mean, it's pretty impressive so far how he's been able to get around. Do you think that was?
No, I don't think anyone underestimated him. I think everyone knows that he is somebody that comes from a background where he has endured some hardship, and there's no doubt he is willing to endure some hardship now. His choice is to go to prison for the rest of his life. He chooses not to do that. Unfortunately, that is not what's going to prevail in the long run. And so he is very determined. We are even more determined. He will be held to justice, and we're going to bring him back into custody.
Two questions. Do we know where he got the hoodie and presumably the razor to shave? Was this at the dairy farm or another break-in?
The hoodie was at the dairy farm. I don't know about the razor.
And the second question is, we know that in 2021, some people in Phoenixville helped him as he tried to escape. Is the gentleman that he tried to reach out to one of those people?
I am aware of that information, and I don't want to comment any further on that right now.
What is your message
Yes,
to
ma'am.
anyone who's trying to help?
So August 22nd, on or about, is when he was convicted, and he might have had contact with people. Is there any chance, applying that conviction and the people he was talking with, that he hatched this plan to escape on a certain day? I mean, it looks like he had a little help in the prison yet now. He had that watchdog guy there. But is there any thought that he started this whole process upon the day he was convicted? Like, is there any way to tell his defense attorney, et cetera?
I don't know that there's a way to tell that it was that specific day. Do I think he has been trying to plot this? Yes. Do I think he took advantage of an opportunity that presented itself that other inmates told him about from a different inmate escaping that way? Yes, I think he took advantage of that opportunity. But he has any number of opportunities from the time he is convicted or even prior to have contact with his attorney, with family members, and so forth. And so at any point along the way, the plot could be hatched or the plot could be continued as it goes on. At this point, I am not in a position to say that on a specific day, that's where it was hatched. Yes, ma'am.
What's your message to those in the community who may be trying to assist him in this? And what kind of charges could they face?
They will be prosecuted vigorously if we can prove that they assisted him. And the types of charges depends on the type of assistance. But we have the district attorney here, and I don't want to speak for her, but I'm certain that she is well prepared to prosecute anyone who assists in any way.
Yes, sir. Do we know anything about where he worked in Chester County prior to the murder in 2021? He seems to know the area pretty well. And also, President Biden's sister lives in Kennett Township, where Secret Service called in at all.
First, yes, we do have a lot of information on his background, and all of that factors into the overall investigation. Secret Service would be one of many federal partners that has access to information, and certainly anything that might pertain not only to anybody that lives here, but visits or so forth. They would have full access to anything that they needed.
Was it mushroom farms or equestrian farms where he worked?
I'm not going to go into all his background, but we have looked into that. Yes,
What's your level of confidence that you have an idea of where he is right now?
If I knew where he was right now, we would go catch him and bring him back in. What I'm telling you is that I'm confident we will identify where he is. He slipped that perimeter. He got out. We found the vehicle. We found where he abandoned it fairly quickly. I am confident that we will continue aggressively proceeding on this search and this investigation, and we will eventually capture him. I'm not prepared to say that will be today or tomorrow. I don't know, but I hope sooner rather than later.
You have the resources out right now where you found it. Is
Absolutely.
there any confidence that he's in that area? Or
We're still searching. We'll do a thorough search and try and either capture him or eliminate that as a possibility.
What did you find inside the van, and why do you believe he may have dished that area?
I don't have a complete counting of everything that was in the van yet. Quite frankly, I've been busy with a number of other things, but I've got some very talented people that are working on that. Some of the folks back here have been directly involved in those operations. What I would tell you is that we take all of that information and factor that in as we go forward. I would also tell you that one of the reasons that I believe he dumped that vehicle was a lack of fuel.
You got any indication if there are any reports of stolen vehicles in that area where you found that?
I do not have a report of a stolen vehicle. I anticipate that we will.
Are we still at 400 people searching on the ground, or are we up in the numbers as of right now looking for him?
We're adjusting the numbers as we speak, and again, it's going to be determined by what the conditions require. There is no point in having resources stand around. Conversely, I never want to be in a position where I wish I had more and didn't have them here. So we try and anticipate, and we'll adjust to the
You
needs.
mentioned that you're still investigating how he was able to breach that perimeter, but have you been able to pinpoint where in the perimeter that he was able to slip through, or general consensus of the area?
I have not been able to conclusively determine that. I have my suspicions where I believe or how I believe that happened,
Could you share that?
but no, because I don't know conclusively. But again, I knew where the weaknesses were, and I think perhaps one of those weaknesses came into play here.
Lieutenant Colonel, at what point does another agency take over if he is in fact spotted across state lines?
At that point, we certainly have all the federal partners here right now. The U.S. Marshals really takes the lead anytime you start crossing state lines, and they're here. They're a huge partner in all of this. We work hand in hand, not only when we're doing these kinds of investigations. We have people assigned to their offices that are deputized right along with their deputy marshals, and that work with them every day of the year. So this will be seamless if it ever does transition across the state line. Right now, there's no indication that that's the case, but if it does, it won't change the investigation much at all. It simply we would also then simply transition in another state police agency or whatever, whoever the lead investigative entity is in that state.
Senator, what's your message though to the community? I mean, they've been watching you guys chase this guy now. This is day 11. A lot of scrutiny coming towards your agency that you let him slip through this perimeter. What do you say to the people that are losing faith in not only the
Oh, I don't know that people are losing faith. I will tell you that I think people realize we have given this a 100% effort. And as I said earlier, I'm proud of the effort that our people have put forth. I'll take responsibility for it. I lead this effort with them, and I'm proud to do it. I appreciate the support we've gotten from the community. I think the community recognizes that in any kind of a major operation like this, there are simply times things don't go the way you plan. That happens in investigations. It happens in manhunts. It happens in all kinds of things. I've had a long career in law enforcement. Rarely do things happen exactly as I planned. That's why if you're smart, you're planning contingencies and you're ready to adapt to whatever happens. This is a minor setback. We'll get them. It's a matter of time. Yes, sir.
Can you comment on what was arrested?
As was alluded to earlier, there are some immigration issues. Beyond that, I don't have any other comment.
Sorry if you already answered this, but have you interviewed and gotten in touch with the people that helped him in 2020?
As I said earlier, I am aware of that information, but I'm not prepared to discuss what actions we've taken with regard to it.
Two things. We've been getting some tips about a sighting at a church. Can you confirm that?
I don't have,
Going out of a church parking lot.
no, I don't have any information about that.
Any chance he's still in Phoenixville and someone drove that van up there?
Wait, just 1 second.
When he is caught, what happens to that sentence? Is there any addition tacked onto it?
He can be charged, and there can be an addition put on. I can tell you that there's already a commitment that he will go directly to a state correctional facility when he is captured, and we'll work through the rest of what occurs at that point, depending on the circumstances. I'm sorry, man. I need to come back.
Anybody see him driving the white van? Or could it have been someone else? He's in Phoenixville, somebody ditched that van up there. Is that a known possibility?
No, I'm confident it was him in the van.
Are you able to establish a perimeter now that he seems to have gone farther?
As I said earlier, a large perimeter isn't the answer in every single investigation or every time or at every point in an investigation. And so we established a small temporary perimeter. We're still holding that in that area while we finish that search. If it's not successful, there's no reason to hold that perimeter. I mentioned to you that there were a number of delays in the reporting of this to us. So, we would look to other opportunities to further the investigation. Perhaps later today, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the day after, if it still goes on that long, there may be a need for another significant perimeter like we had here. And if so, we will absolutely do that, and we will absolutely do our best to capture him at that time. I don't want to offer any opinion on that right now. you know, I've said before, there are varying degrees of confidence. I think it's fair to say 8 or 9 easily.
Sir, so many people were at the Mushroom Festival yesterday and today, and so many people have expressed how grateful they are to law enforcement coming in, county, state, federal, to keep the community safe, which you have this weekend here in the Kennett Square region. For the people that live here locally, can you give us any insight into where he was hiding specifically overnight? Do you have any evidence of anywhere he might have slept one of these nights as the effort's been going on since prior to Labor Day?
No, there's really not anything I can disclose now.
From
So,
Franklin to Antmill, he seems to have gone west about 11 miles. He was behind the wheel.
yes.
Literally ran out of gas. So where, as we try to kind of make up for any ground lost, where do you think he was going if he was
Do that.
Where would be his next stop? I mean, not,
Well, I'm not going to go any further than that, but I think that that's a strong motivator for someone if they're looking for
Quick
assistance.
question about
Yes.
the church that was at Bonnie Bray Road. There were people who said they saw a white van and another car pull out. Have you been able to investigate that?
We have investigated Bonnie Bray. It just wasn't. I didn't realize that's the church. If you're talking about that, there was an incident at Bonnie Bray,
So
but
is that a confirmed or
yes,
credible sighting? I guess?
yes. Just it didn't involve. At least the aspect that I saw did not involve the church.
Is there another car involved with that? People have said that there was a white
No.
van pulling out with another car
No.
involved.
No.
Prior to him going to Phoenixville, was there any law enforcement stationed over by his sister press support as well?
I'm not going to talk about where we have assets at this point, but I think it's very reasonable to think that law enforcement assets were, given the number of people we had assigned to this, very reasonable to think that there were law enforcement assets anywhere that it would have been appropriate to do so. Yes, sir.
any of the specific challenges law enforcement is going to be dealing with Cavalcante's potential access to the vehicle?
Well, I mean, certainly he is a very determined individual. And so one of the challenges that we face is if people don't heed our advice, and as we had here, a vehicle unlocked with keys in it, that makes our job more difficult, and it makes it much easier for him to succeed in various aspects of his escape efforts. And so, you know, I go back to, we want to make this as difficult as possible for him. We ask for cooperation in trying to do that. No, it was absolutely the right thing to do. We can strengthen it as we bring it in. It wasn't a matter of him being outside of the perimeter. He was in there. We had sightings once we had it in there and had the perimeter strengthened. It was simply a matter of you can't guarantee 100% of the time that you can contain somebody with a perimeter of that size even.
So there's video of him and audio of this interaction here that we're looking at, the stills of.
Yes.
But you're not releasing it.
Not at this time, no.
Does he have any
eventually?
I don't know. That'll be to be determined as we go forward. What we wanted to do was let the public know. Really the important thing here was to let the public know what his appearance is right now. And so we took some of the best stills out of that video. The rest of it is not necessarily so important. This is what matters in terms.
The other day, why not just be fully transparent about everything that?
Oh, I think we've been exceptionally transparent through this investigation. And at some point, perhaps I will release the video. This has been a fluid investigation. Most of the people in here probably haven't slept an hour in the last 24 hours. And so my focus isn't on how can I maximize the content that I can push out. It's how do I maximize the content that is necessary to effectively move this investigation forward. And that's what we're trying to do with these. We'll make decisions on the video. There's nothing to hide with the video. It's just it takes more effort and things away from the other investigative steps that we're taking. And so for right now, we hurried up and got some stills ready so that we could release those.
Does he have any cartel or human trafficking gang affiliations, or we confident say this is a lone fugitive?
He has had gang affiliations in the past. I wouldn't speculate as to what he's got right now.
Does Mexico become a possibility again?
Oh, we've never discounted that, and not just Mexico. We've never discounted that any international escape effort shouldn't be considered. Those are always things that have been taken into account right from the very start. Again, when I talked about having contingency planning, we're trying to make sure that that can't happen.
Is it overstating it to say that you don't know where he is right now? Generally, specifically, that he he's?
No. Do I know a specific spot where he is right now? No. Do I think generally I have an idea where he is? Probably, but not specifically enough that I could say, let's put a hard perimeter up right now. Okay.
That general area is East End.
Yes.
So when he sentenced to prison, why was he not deported back to his own country? Why was it legal immigrant put into jail here where one thing for him to be there for the rest of his life?
Well, ma'am, that's not a decision that I have any input or anything else about. I can just tell you that those decisions are made by judges and others in the judicial system.
Do you still have the same order, and forgive me for not phrasing it correctly, but the order to shoot on sight for your troopers?
I have still left that order stand that that deadly force is authorized if he is not actively surrendering.
And
Yes.
for those agencies that are under the Department of Justice umbrella?
They have their own use of force rules.
And what are they in this situation?
I would let them speak for themselves about that.
Comment on where exactly you believe he shaved in an effort to change his appearance to avoid capture?
No, I really can't offer an opinion on where he shaved.
You're kind of close to an area with some Amish communities. Have authorities been in touch with them?
We have relied on our partners in local government, at county government levels, through the emergency management folks. We're trying to do our very best as appropriate to get information out to each of those communities. Certainly, if we thought there was a specific threat in the Amish community, we would directly focus our efforts there, but we're trying to keep everyone as informed as is reasonable. Yes, sir.
How are you doing? How's morale?
Morale is good. There are people have heard me say this in the command post since the very beginning. I've done this many times. Not always to this size and extent, but we've done these so many times. It's a roller coaster. There are ups and downs. There always are. And all of a sudden, it'll be resolved. And there he is. The important thing is, hopefully we don't get anyone in the community hurt, and we don't get any of our people hurt, and we bring this to a successful conclusion.
Well, all we can hope for is that they, bring it to a successful conclusion there. Johnny, it's good to see you in here. I hope you're doing okay. I've seen one of your comments. Hold on. What are you talking about pushing? What happened now? I'm trying to find it here. Hold on. I got pushed away by JLR. What do you mean? What do you mean pushed away? What happened? Oh, Gracie, I see you back here. Sorry, love.
Hello.
How are you, baby?
Good. Hello, everyone.
A little bit of feedback. Can you mute? You want to pause your YouTube, or can you mute your YouTube in the background?
It was. I'm going to come back up. I don't. Oh, now I hear your music. Okay. Hang on.
Yeah, so you gotta well, he's been really busy too, Johnny. I'm not sure. I don't really know too much about what's going on, or but I do know he's been really busy with this Danelo case. Maybe that's why. I mean, I'm not really sure. I don't know a whole lot about the situation. So I really don't know. Hey, Gracie, how are you?
Is that better?
No, there's still feedback. I'm not sure if you still have it playing in the...
I don't.
Not even in the background anywhere? Like no other tabs open? Huh. Well, yeah, we got feedback, so you got something open somewhere. Yeah, I'm not sure. Hold on, let's see. Angie B says, you did great out there. Thank you. I live in PA, but 5 hours away from where this is going on. JLR works alone. Yeah, JLR does. From my understanding, he's got a team now, he said. I think him and Nick and maybe another person. I'm not sure who's all. He said he has a team. I'm not even sure who all consists of this team or what this team consists of or how many people there are on it or whatever. But he said he had a team. Yeah, we were just watching the presser from yesterday, just to get a refresher before they do the new one today in a couple hours. Here, I'll go see what's going on. Oh, matter of fact, here, let's play. I want to listen to this.
For Danelo Cavalcante enters its 11th night. We're hearing from his former roommate, Franco.
I had no idea he could do something like this. He said he was someone super shy, like really quiet. He would drink his beers on the weekend, make barbecue, and working a lot.
Franco says they lived together in King of Prussia for 4 months, and he showed us this video of Cavalcante moving out the day before he killed his ex-girlfriend in 2021. Cavalcante was sentenced to life in prison and was waiting to be transferred from Chester County Prison when he escaped on August 31st.
Right now, I have anxiety because of this. And I was getting anxious again this week. I even told my friends I'm not sleeping well.
Franco says he provided information to police after the murder, and now he's trying to help them again in East Nantmeal Township.
And I was talking to the police for about an hour. I'm here to see if they need my help to speak Portuguese. If he's found and I can talk in Portuguese with him, so he can surrender.
Other residents also showed up to the new search area Sunday afternoon to assist police.
We're out looking for the fugitive.
While others worry about where he'll go next.
So he's out of the perimeter now, and he can go anywhere. He could just keep hopping in and out of different cars and moving on his way. So it's I guess from their standpoint, it's a little bit different tracking him now.
I just want him to be caught so I can sleep. I can go live my normal life. Everybody can feel safe again. And yeah, he has to pay for what he did.
Okay, Gracie, we'll try this again, love. Okay, how are you?
Oh my God, last time.
Did you close every?
Yeah.
Huh?
I closed everything. Is there
Okay,
still an echo?
I can still hear myself, but it's okay. I'll just mute. Yeah, and I can hear myself talking, but I'll just mute while you say what you got to say, and you know what I mean, and then.
Perfect. Yeah. I was just like, I wonder if they always do like face recognition on him. Because I'm wondering, like, I know the first one or whatever, but like, imagine they think it's him and it's like someone else that's helping him and he's all over the place now. You know, I'll mute my mic when you come back. I don't know. That's just like, I mean, there's no reason he wouldn't have left in that white, the white car, or I've always thought he's like underground and he comes up for food. I mean, why would he keep staying in this area? It just, I don't know, the whole thing makes me think like someone's absolutely helping him and dressed exactly like him. And sometimes they caught him but on the camera, but a lot of times I don't think they did.
Yeah. Okay, I went ahead and muted your mic so I can talk for a second, but yeah, it's really I don't know if you guys can hear it or not, but I can hear it, and the feedback is it's very irritating because it double backs, and then I can hear myself talking. Not only do I hear myself from the last sentence I just said, but I'm over talking myself, so it gets to be a big jumbo mumbo mess, and I don't like it. So that's why I suggest that people pause the YouTube and then click the StreamYard link, because once you do, when you click that StreamYard link, you're going into another browser. You're leaving YouTube. So when you click that link, if your YouTube is still playing, it will play in the background because a lot of people have auto play on and they don't realize it. So Mary Duffy, let's see here. Remember, for 2 months, they should use his sister to try to ask him. That'd be a good idea. Spider Woman, member for 5 months. The feedback is bad. Yeah, it's really bad. So I don't know what's going on. Now you got two accounts up here. So that might be something else is going on because you keep coming up you keep coming up and double backing with these accounts or whatever, like when you're coming in. So I'm thinking you might have like 4 or 5 windows open because you keep clicking the StreamYard link and it opens a new window every time.
I'll try to figure it out later. Okay. Bye. Sorry.
Well, that's fine.
Okay. Bye.
All right, love. Yeah, it's basically just the feedback. So if you come up, when you do come up, make sure you pause YouTube, hit the pause button on YouTube and then click the StreamYard link. And it should pop right up. All right, we'll go check this live feed and see what's going on here. I mean, obviously he's broken the perimeter. He could be anywhere. I don't think it. I mean, at this point, it's like a big cat. It was like a cat game anyways. I mean, I feel like they were all over. Let's see. Here's day 12. Here's the news. Let's see what he's got going on here.
Anything. We know that earlier state police said that there was no longer a specific police perimeter where they were looking for him. And I know that has neighbors in the area very, very nervous, especially with some sightings that were reported and some of the police activity that we've been seeing. We know that the search for Cavalcante continues. They're asking people, say police are in Chester County, to stay vigilant, but also to lock their homes and to make sure that their car doors are locked as well. Now, I can tell you there was activity overnight, last night in far northern Chester County. Search teams, they were driving through cornfields, chasing different tips that they've been getting. This comes after Danelo Cavalcante slipped through the police perimeter after being pinned down near Longwood Gardens. It's possible that he crawled through underground tunnels there. Police say he stole a white van at a dairy farm. The keys, they were left inside and then ditched that van when it ran out of gas. He was captured on doorbell camera at a former coworker's home, trying to get help with a different clean-shaven appearance. That person, the person whose home that belonged to, called police. At this point, police can't say where he is, and there's no official search zone, and that has neighbors nervous.
I have teenagers, and yesterday we were at a party. We thought he was contained in Longwood Gardens, and we were at a party in Phoenixville, and my teenage children were driving around, so now I'm concerned.
And a lot of concern just from people that come up and talk to us about the case in the area. Now, I can tell you that instead of that large police perimeter that we've been seeing throughout the search, you can expect now police to be following specific leads, specific sightings. As for whether anybody is helping him, we know that police, they are looking into that, but they do have his sister has been arrested by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. We know that she is facing deportation. Of course, we're expecting to hear more details on this case today at 2 p.m. I'll send it back to you, Miguel Martinez Valle, NBC 10.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think he could be anywhere. Molly, it's day 12. I think it's just like there's a press conference today too, so that'll give us an idea on what route they're gonna take, what they're thinking. Well, let's see here. Let's see what they got going on. Okay, here's the scan. Here.
Got a complaint. Looks like there's water coming out of that.
01495, we're 1090 at the prison ending 999.0.
And 41137.
I'm not seeing anything at 11:38 for that call. We're going to catch up a little bit on the
Copy, I will be around.
what we've missed here. So hang on for this.
Can you certify driver for me, please?
Yeah, 37 Adam 2, copy route. 10-4, the last one that you ran.
27 units. The Michael Cedric lives with his girlfriend. Her name is Ann. And then if either of them are at work, he just receives a text from him saying he's okay. Yeah, affirmative.
10-4.
27 Ball 31, okay, he can clear it up.
Yeah, 37 Adam 2, we have light skin male, unknown age, black shirt, dark possibly green pants, unknown color bag with him, with some kind of plywood with him as well.
Okay. 15 Ball 20.
87 we have 88.
Ball 20. Ball 20, 129 South Phoenix Drive, 129 South Phoenix Drive. Domestic, male RP versus female, it is physical, they're refusing EMS. No weapons, no attacks. Alright. Ball 20. The female in question is going to be Ella Higgins. White female, 14, currently upstairs in the bedroom, possibly having a mental health crisis. Alright. Ball 7, I got it.
Yeah, 06 Paul 7, copy of the CBA. We're Presbyterian.
Okay, let's see. Now we're caught up on the audio, so anything we hear now, scanner is live.
Hey, Bree, how are you, baby?
I'm good. You looked a little lonely, so I figured I'd come hang out with you during lunch.
Oh, cool. How's your day going?
Well, it's Monday, all over the place, but going pretty good.
Monday of Monday. It's a stupid retrograde.
Oh God, and I mean, it's Monday in the insurance industry with hurricanes hitting the wrong coast, the wrong state burning down, monsoons in the desert. It's we're just a little busy right now, just a little.
All right.
But I've been thinking, because I live in a small town, but believe it or not, we've actually had 3 manhunts for fugitives in this town. One was a guy that escaped from the county jail. Took him about a week to find him. One was a guy that escaped from the state prison, and they took about 3 or 4 days. They got him. The other one was a guy that murdered his divorce attorney in a parking lot in broad daylight, then went on the run. He intended to murder his ex-wife and his ex-wife's lawyer too. Now he was on the run for weeks, like 3 weeks, I think it took him to finally catch him. At one point, I think I've said this before, he actually got into his ex-wife's lawyer's office, just right across the street from my mother's house. And my little sister at the time was like 14, 15. She had just got home from school. She was opening the front door and she hears this hail of gunfire behind her. He was in the lawyer's office shooting the place up while my sister was walking through the front door of her house. It was terrifying. But he ended up, like after a week and a half, it went from everybody being so scared of him to folk hero. So I'm waiting for the signs to start showing up on the overpasses that say "Go Danelo, go." I'm wondering how long you think that's going to take. Because I bet it's going to happen.
Well, I mean, I can't believe this is like, we're in almost 2 weeks. He's been out almost 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And the map, okay, so somebody sent this map, and I mean, it's actually really interesting. I was just looking it over. I'll drop the screen here real fast. It was they had emailed to myself and accidentally showed the wrong screen.
You're breaking up really, really bad.
Oh, gosh.
Are you still there? Oh, I'm alone.
No, I was going to leave and come back. You said I was breaking up real bad.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. I don't know if it's storming up north right now or not. It's gray and buh in central Illinois, but it's usually buh in central Illinois. Last night, Glory, what I remember seeing last night was crazy. Nick was like premium scan camming last night. He was on it. He was exactly like the scan cameras in Bakersfield. Which, believe it or not, there are people who do that. That's all they do. From like 9 o'clock at night until 5 in the morning. That's their entire broadcast. They get in their cars. They've got these huge setups with batteries and hotspots, and all these different cameras in their dashboards. And
Okay, is this any better? Are you still up here? Hello? So is that okay? So basically, can you guys okay? Or Bree, it looks like you're up here, but you're not up here. You can hear me okay? All right. Well, we will go pull this map real quick. I think it was I had the music playing in the background, but the weather is so bad. I got this new computer, so my other one was like it's got water spilled on it, so it wasn't working right, and it couldn't it was really scratchy. The screen was fuzzy. It was like I couldn't hardly use it. So I got this new one, and now it's like the storms keep breaking up. Like it just my internet just cuts off. It just cuts out. I don't know what the hell goes on. I don't know how the hell this even happens. What's up?
it changed my picture. It kicked me out and changed my picture.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say this picture looks kind of different.
Yeah, I mean that's still that's one of the icons that I've used before. I voiced a cartoon character in a Cobra Kai cartoon, and that's her. She was me, obviously. But I've never
Okay.
used her as an icon. I don't know what she's doing there. I wonder if it'll
How
let me
weird.
change her. Yeah, it'll let me change her. Edit audio avatar. Here we go. Let's go back to the reel. There we go. Okay. There. Now I'm me again. But yeah, I was explaining to everybody I call them the scan cameras, the ones that do the police scanners like Nick was doing last night. But man, whoever decided to call the cops just because there was a YouTuber out there, screw you. There are people that make their entire livings doing that. Why you gotta just
Yeah, that was
don't be that.
ridiculous.
Don't be that.
That was definitely ridiculous.
He was staying out of the way. He intentionally went long way around the perimeter. When he saw him, he was like, yeah, I'm not going to pull up in there. There were YouTubers or at least streamers that pulled right up in there where the cops were. Nick didn't. So leave him alone. He was doing fine.
Yeah, and he said last night, he's like, I'm not a YouTuber. Like, I don't do YouTube like this, you know?
Right. He's like, I'm actual media. He wasn't driving. He was in the passenger seat. He's loaded down with all kinds of cameras and laptops and satellites and crap in the back of his van. and who they are, what they've done, everything. They do write legitimate news
Well, they've
articles,
done pretty
and
good, like I
seldom.
said. I mean, I mean, when they, okay, they do their tragedy. Like this is a guy who killed somebody. He's not like, this is not a child or something like that. Like this is way different. This is like
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Convict on the loose, like a fucking
Right.
manhunt going. So it's completely different to me. And I feel like he's out there doing his thing. He's putting in his work. This is what he likes to do. He ain't fucking with nobody else. He ain't bothering nobody else. You know what I mean? Like he's not in their way. Whatever,
Right.
do
And it's
whatever.
not like
Let him
he's
fucking
harassing.
record and play his videos. We're watching it. I mean, there's a lot of people
Right.
who are interested. He's had 13, 14, 15,000 people in there. So obviously there's people that are interested in it.
Right.
You know?
He's not harassing anybody. He's not messing with anybody's parents. He's literally out there documenting the police search for a
Yeah, he
wanted
ain't fucking with
murderer.
anybody. So you know what I'm saying? I just,
Yeah. And he's
let him
letting us watch.
do his thing right now.
Okay, so all of these sightings seem to be relatively local. He's not going anywhere. If these are all actual proven sightings of him, he's sticking right around home.
Testing 1 2 test.
Hello.
Hello, testing. No, how do I hear right now? Am I okay?
I can hear you fine.
Thank you, Lord. Good.
So,
Hello.
are the yellow? What are the yellow? Are those just like locations around town? I can't read what
I
it
can hear you
says.
fine too, but you have feedback. I don't hear it now, so you must have closed something out. You got your stuff closed out. Nope, I hear it
No,
again.
there's an echo. Yep, I heard
Yep,
an
I
echo.
hear it again. I just heard myself talking back. Gracie, I don't know what's going on with you, but your stream always does. It's been doing this like the last day or two.
No, from the beginning.
Yeah, so I don't know. I just think there's something going on. I think your autoplay is on in the background, and it's hard for you to find it, or it's not playing, or it's playing in the. You got it playing somewhere because I can hear myself. So,
Flutter, I don't think JLR would be jealous of Nick at all. If anything, I think JLR would be proud papa.
I think I was gonna say I thought they were a team. I think he was like teaching him how to do stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think JLR woke up this morning and looked at his stats and gave him a call and said, "Good freaking job."
Is this Johnny? Is this
Johnny? Hi.
How are you?
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. The question I wanted to know is if they knew that he slipped that perimeter so many times, why were they just sitting in one spot? Why weren't they out driving around the back roads and stuff like that instead of just sitting in that one spot on that tight perimeter?
Yeah, that was odd.
I mean, I was on the scene for 4 days, and from what I gathered is that they really didn't know where this guy was. I mean, there's so many twists to this. There's forests, there's underground tunnels, there's all kind of stuff in this area. So this guy is resilient. He's not stupid. He skirted the thermals. He slipped the perimeter 7 times. Law enforcement had him in their scopes, and they didn't take the shot because of a live news feed. I mean, and the FBI, CBP, Homeland Security's there. This guy's long gone by now. I mean, plus it rained last night, so how much are they really going to be able to track is my question.
Well, Johnny, even when he was slipping the perimeter, wasn't he coming back in? Weren't they were finding him again He was like playing with them, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was entertained by this, you know, and for him to grab a van and slip through that area, drive through that whole area and go to where he committed this crime, to me, my mind got blown when that happened. Because you had over, I think it was like 200 officers on scene surrounding Longwood Gardens. And then all of a sudden, they just all picked up and they all left and went to Phoenixville. Every one of them, not one of them stayed behind.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that was kind of weird.
Wasn't it French Creek? Wasn't that where Nick?
Yeah,
wasn't that where they set the perimeter up last night?
Yeah, they did. I came home because I know this guy is long gone by now. The thing that played out in my mind, he stole the van, ran it out of gas, dumped it. Somebody else picked him up, drove him so far, and then they got in another vehicle and he rode off into the sunset.
Do you think he's going back? I don't see him going back to Brazil. Do you think he's going to try to find a way back into South America?
I don't think he is. I think he's going to go hide in somewhere that's off grid. I don't think he's going to, because this guy lived in the forest in Brazil. This guy knows how to live off the land. This guy will continue to elude them as long as they let him. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This guy will live in the forest. This guy will run up streams if they get dogs on him. This guy will dive into a river if they put thermals on him. That's how he was able to slip them. I was watching everything that was going on. And to me, it was okay. I was there tracking him, and everything that I was saying, my girlfriend will corroborate this. Everything I was saying was everything that happened. I mean, because, it was kind of crazy how everything was playing out. It was just, it looked like a movie scene. You know what I mean? And at one point they had him spotted. I believe, I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard that they got in a foot chase with him and lost him in a tree line. Now, there are many underground tunnels there because that's where the Underground Railroad went through. And this guy's from Brazil. He's pretty resourceful. So I don't think he's in them tunnels, and I don't think he's in that area. But he did utilize those tunnels to be able to get back and forth and slip that perimeter.
I had seen in the chat last night locals talking about, the Underground Railroad tunnels. How many of them are actually still viable? Because we have a lot of them here.
Yeah.
But the only ones that have survived are the ones that the bootleggers got into in the 20s and bricked up and turned into cellars. All the rest of them have long since collapsed in.
Well, you got to think on Longwood Gardens, that is a community garden. So they're going to have irrigation systems running through those tunnels. So those tunnels are still open. You understand? They use those tunnels to be able to fix their pipes and stuff like that for the irrigation systems for the tunnels.
Yeah, that's what it says right here. The comment said the tunnels are for plumbing for the fountains and water features in the parks.
Right.
Okay, so the ones that, like here, the ones that got repurposed still exist, but the ones that didn't have another purpose, that were just hiding tunnels that were dug under a house, they've just collapsed in and they don't exist anymore.
Right, but these tunnels are still utilized. So
they were repurposed.
They were repurposed, right, for plumbing and whatever else. But they go under those tunnels go underneath all of Westchester. I mean, they're everywhere. You know what I mean? I don't know which ones are open and I don't know which ones are closed, but they've had his sister going across the Delaware River Bridge because they got her easy pass 4 times coming into Westchester. And I don't know what bridge it is out there, but they caught her coming in, and now they say she's arrested. She was assisting him the whole time he was out. That's why she's getting deported now, from what I heard.
No, Kevorkian, I don't think that the reason I brought it up is because I don't really think we need to have the Underground Railroad discussion. It's the tunnels that exist have been repurposed, like Julie said. They're just sewers now.
Right.
They're the same. The only tunnels that would be under Pennsylvania would be abandoned coal mines.
Right,
Like
exactly.
Centralia, but nobody's gonna go hide in Centralia because
No, that's
but
no.
yeah.
They're still burning. You'd be a fool to go down in there. But yeah, I mean, this is the whole discussion. I mean, law enforcement at one point had 5 helicopters in the air, and your viewers are right. I talked to the guy that uses the drones for Pennsylvania State that was helping them at night track him. And they said that every time they kept putting the thermals on him, he was diving into the river and skirting the thermal. So this guy is not stupid.
I think the big my biggest question is, I mean, the U.S. Marshals, the FBI, they're all still there, so they all think he's in Chester or around Chester or Phoenixville. They don't think that he has bailed. And I don't see him evading the U.S. Marshals and the FBI and the Pennsylvania State Police and the Chester, I just don't see him evading all of them.
I don't know. I mean, he's using those break-ins as decoys because he knows every time he does a break-in or somebody does a break-in around that area, the police are going to swarm that area thinking it was him.
He's not really going to be hard to spot. I mean, how many 5-foot-tall Hispanic men are walking around in prison issue scrub pants? To my mind, there's only one.
Right. That's my question too, is does he have new pants? I mean, how did he get that green sweatshirt? He got that green sweatshirt when he stole that van. Because that was a Bailey's Dairy sweatshirt,
Yeah, and I mean, he could be grabbing clothes off people's wash lines.
Right, that. And if you go to Phoenixville and you say, "Hey, are there any 5-foot?" That's a Brazilian community. There's all kind of 5-foot Brazilian men running around that area in Phoenixville. Phoenixville is a big Brazilian community. So
someone had mentioned that he might go a little bit east and head for like Little Brazil in New York.
Well, yeah, he could head for, like New York, New Jersey, because they're bigger cities. And he's less to be spotted out there because he could blend in with the communities, work under the table. You don't need ID to work under the table. All you need is word of mouth. I mean, you see these guys at Home Depot, at 7-Eleven, sitting there waiting for people to pick them up for work. I mean, it's the same in New York.
Right. I am scared for his, for lack of a better term, his sister-in-law, because she has custody of his kids.
Yeah, that's what I think the police should give that family their 24-hour protection, if not move the location of her sister and the 2 children for their safety. Because this guy is dangerous. He is really dangerous. I mean, this is the 12th day, and he's had, multiple law enforcement agencies looking for him. And he has skirted every one of them so far.
Yeah, and I'm actually, Julie, I think the older girls, the older girls that were there were not his because they were only together for what, 4 years, and the girls were 8 and 10.
Yeah.
But then he had 2 kids with her that were younger, right?
Right. Right.
So
Yep.
she had 4 kids, 2 that weren't his and 2 that were.
Right.
And
And
her
that
sister
murder,
has all 4 of them now.
and that murder was
At least
done.
that's what I don't have a, that's from chat.
Right. Right. That's what I heard too, that there was 2 children that weren't hers and 2 children that were his.
So this is where they're saying he's at, that they have him. This is where they're saying they think he's at.
Yeah, that's where they say they think he's at right now.
Yeah.
Out in that field somewhere?
Yeah, right here. And here's 3 different shots of it.
Yeah, they're around where
They think he's hiding in a bean field?
They've been searching fields ever since, you know. They've been searching fields this whole time. I don't know how else to put it. They've been searching these fields. There was a break-in last night around where the van was dumped, and they tracked him to that area. Now they're expanding their perimeter from the house that was broken into last night. So I mean,
I got a question. What'd you think about him going in that house and the gentleman flipping on the light and him flipping it back off?
I'm telling you what, if that would have been me, I wouldn't have been flicking lights. I'd have been flicking other things. But
Oh my God. I can't even imagine.
I don't think I'd have been flipping no fucking lights either, man.
you know, I mean, honestly, right? Right?
I ain't gonna lie.
I'm a pacifist and I hate guns, but if that had been me, I'd have been reaching for my husband's pistol so freaking fast.
Right, exactly. And why did the killer flick the lights back and then leave? Like, I'll see you later, buddy.
Right.
You know.
That's just crazy.
I was like, damn, he's pretty fucking nice to spare this guy's life that
Yeah.
he doesn't even know, you know? I mean,
There was one guy that had him on ring camera. And he waited for after he was gone, and he went to the mobile command post down there on 52 and Route 1, where they're set up at the Longwood Gardens, and they didn't believe what he was saying. And he even had a video of him.
yeah, so check this out. What'd you think about the roommate when he called, or what was it, the coworker when he called and said, hey, he's at my door, he's out here, and I'm scared to go home, and they still didn't fucking listen and go out there.
Yeah, because law enforcement.
I said, you guys are letting him slip through your fucking fingers.
They're playing a game, man. They're playing a game that they're gonna lose, man. I mean, if he's that desperate, he will kill again to get out of the area. I mean, you can't play with something like this. You just can't play with something like this. It's not feasible.
Somebody who ain't got nothing to lose.
Right. And you know what? He's already shown you guys, look, I'm not going back to prison. I honestly believe he's not going to make it out of this alive if they corner.
Right, right.
You know what I mean? And that's all I'm going to say about that. I don't think he's going to make it out alive. You know?
Okay, so I did go look it up, and I was wrong, and I apologize. I was spreading misinformation. I should not have done that. She had
About
2
what?
children, neither were his, and they were 4 and 7.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had that's just what I heard, like I said.
Well, he had no kids with this woman. He just killed her to kill her.
Right.
Well, I mean, the woman in Brazil killed him.
So she would have been pregnant when they got together, but the baby's not his.
Right.
Okay.
All right. So now.
All right. I apologize for that, everybody. I know better. I do apologize.
But still, for that to happen in front of those children, you know, I think the community needs to rally around the sister and the children and start a GoFundMe so those children are taken care of, you know, or even the online people, you know. I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on that?
I don't know that they necessarily need to GoFundMe. I definitely think that they need to protect her. I mean, my thing with him going in and out and in and out is something keeps bringing him back to the center of this perimeter, and my fear is it's the kids.
That's what I think too. Honestly, that's what I
Because
think.
they're witnesses.
Right. Why would you go back to Phoenixville knowing that that's where, everything took place? That makes no sense unless you have a tie to that area, which he does, which are the children, And maybe he's trying to silence the sister because maybe the sister knows more than she's leading on to,
This is live feed from the chopper, helicopter, one or the other, but it's from the news. It's a live feed, so just so you guys know.
That's that. What's that thing called? That's the big boy.
Hold on.
They're after.
It looks like a tanker.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is, but it's
doing something.
It looks like it's. Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like it's definitely heavy duty. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, it is.
A command post, maybe that might be something.
It looks like one of those military
no,
surplus
this is live.
vehicles.
Like I said, this is live footage from the news chopper in the air. So
yeah, if when they
give you that's SWAT.
Could that be the U.S. Marshals, maybe?
No, I think that's SWAT. The military's been giving
Hummer.
SWAT teams their excess equipment for the last 10 years.
The audio's on, baby. Yeah, they're all over. DJ Bangswell said, Joe said they're all over. Hold on. Joe said they're all over by the church. You're welcome to come up here if you're from over there. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, that's definitely a church. That's the steeple. Is that the white van? No, they towed the van. They towed the van out on a flatbed yesterday.
Towed the van away yesterday.
No, but look at all those cops. Look at all those. They look like Fed cars. Look at the black SUVs right there.
Oh
he
yeah,
wouldn't have done something so stupid as to go to a church and ask for sanctuary, would he?
I don't know. I've seen stranger.
Oh my God! And I mean, look, here's more. There's more. Wow! Holy smokes! Yeah, that makes me wonder what's going on. Like, is there something going on? Maybe. I mean, you wouldn't think he would go to no church. I mean.
Because we're at a church, I'm going to cross myself as I say this, but what's JLR doing right now? Is he down there with them? Crossing myself.
You know what? I'll go check. He might be. What was you saying, JLR? You was upset with him?
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry about my dog, guys.
It's all right.
I'll go outside.
Okay. Let's see.
They're not even that shot is not even on the woods. It's on the church.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering. What the hell's going on? No, just says SWAT is here. So,
maybe they're
holy hell.
Maybe they're exhausting that lead. Maybe they're staging there, maybe.
This church here.
It could be.
Now, Pennsylvania State Police put out a tweet this morning saying for residents of Chester County to be on the lookout. It's quite possible Cavalcante.
Holy crap, he's right there.
This area here. It's quite possible he could still be in the area here. Look at the vehicles.
Is he on foot? Could you see him from the helicopter?
Rock, clock, cocked and loaded, ready to go. Parked at a church. And out here,
You're gonna
I've
get your
noticed
ass shot.
authorities are still out here. They're still out here.
You're gonna see him on the camera from the helicopter. Oh my God, he's gonna get himself shot.
He's out there. He was out there. He did a little video and now he's gone. But he was out. He was doing a little video. He just did. That was his video. It was 37 minutes ago.
I mean, fantastic reporting. And yeah, he's right there. He's on the ground. He's right in the middle of it. But I don't want him to get himself
And
shot.
this right here is live. The video, the one I just played of JLR was a here, let's see. Let me back up again. It says Danelo Cavalcante SWAT is here, Chester County, Pennsylvania, and it says 36 minutes ago. So that was JLR's 36 minutes ago. But he was out walking right here in front of this church. This is a live stream right now up above the same church that JLR was just walking in front of. Yes,
It's
JLR is not
crazy.
live, but this is a live stream. This is going on right now.
You think they may have told him to evacuate the area?
They probably did ask him to leave if they're staging, you know, maybe they didn't want anybody around. Maybe he could be in his car just waiting. Who knows? I don't even know. You know more than we do. You're down there with him.
Well, I'm not down there anymore. I came home because I think this dude is long gone by now.
Oh, okay. You don't live there?
I came home. I tracked him as far as I could track him, but then, you know, they let him slip that perimeter into Phoenixville, and I believe he's gone. I don't even believe he's there anymore. There are a couple people down there still on the scene.
I bet JLR is in that little group there chatting him up. But I do think that the running out of gas at the point you are most remote between the two towns is a beautiful universal coincidence.
Oh, yeah.
I do think it was intentional. I do think someone picked him up. I do not think he's on foot anymore. But I also don't necessarily think he's gone. I think there's a reason he's still right around Chester and Phoenixville. There's something he's doing. He's got business there, and he's not going to stop until he finishes what he's trying to do.
Yeah. I mean, this is crazy. This is the 12th day this has gone on, and they still
Yeah, I think if it was just about running by day 12, he would either be in Canada or in Cuba. I think he'd be gone.
Right,
We wouldn't still be having sightings of him.
To a non-extraditable country. You know? There's got to be a reason all these law enforcement agencies are still hanging around the area. They know more than we do. So, you know, if they believe he's still in the area, I back to blue, you know what I mean? Until they prove otherwise. But
yeah, I'm from a small town, and like I said, we've had 3 major manhunts here.
Right.
So I understand. The first one, they were completely out of their element because they'd never handled it before. The next 2 they handled much better, and they got them done much quicker.
Right.
These small town cops don't know how to handle this, but by the time it's done, they'll be pros at it. Yeah, they've made mistakes, but they'll figure it out. They've just never done it before.
Right, just like the Rachel Marin case in my town. You know, we've been dealing with that for almost 2 months now. They still don't have trail cameras. The patrols are getting less and less as it dies off. But the sheriff keeps saying he's still in the area, and he still keeps telling everybody he's a serial killer. And he's scaring the hell out of his community. I don't understand that one. You know.
I agree with that, Leo. If he's a survivalist, a real survivalist, he's got go bags stashed around where he lives.
Yeah, that could be. He could be going back into Phoenixville to get a stash of money so he could get out of there. He might have money stashed there. I think I do see JLR's car down there. I do think he's in the area.
Yeah, he probably is.
Yeah, 67 ball 30 NBC check for a phone assignment.
I got the scanner going. Rowena, how are you, love?
How are you? You know what I
Good
think
morning,
this
love. How are
is?
you?
I'm all right. I think this is a. I just wanted to hop up here real quick. I think this is a staging area. I think that they're like a command center, not for media, but you know how they were working out of the fire station. I'm wondering if this church isn't going to be kind of like ground zero for LE and all the different agencies. That to me,
Might
because
be.
yeah, because like if he was like if they were bringing in, you know, like we see the big SWAT Hummer there and everything, they would be moving
Yeah.
a lot faster, and people wouldn't be just kind of like standing or you know they would have them back. So that's what I think all this is. I think that's why there's so many federal cars, you know, and maybe JLR's heading over to where the press conference is going to be.
Now,
There's
Roro,
Who
don't
said
be coming
stash
up
of
here
money?
with your logic.
Do I know?
Who
Oh,
said stash of money? Right. You guys are giving this guy way too much credit. He didn't know shit. He just popped up that wall and he's just had a string of little
yeah,
luck.
yeah,
That's all it is.
Well,
yeah.
if he is the big survivalist that everyone thinks he is, then he's well prepared. I mean, he either is super well prepared and he's just going to outthink these guys, or
I think
he's going
he's
to be
just
like
going.
Richard Allen and he's just dumb bumbling his way through the whole thing and he's lucky as hell.
I think it's a little bit of both. I think he has enough survivalist
Yeah, that's
skills.
pretty
I
much
would
what
have
it is
already,
what I feel like.
yeah,
He's
I would
kind
have
of just
already
lucky
died
as
out
hell.
there. Yeah, I would have
He
been dead out
heard
there.
about that other guy and he heard about how to get out. He took
Yeah,
advantage of it, popped his ass over that wall, and was gone. And just
yeah.
pretty much has done what he could do on the way. You know what I mean? Like with what he's had to work with. That's what I think.
And
Well, my question
He ain't
is,
got
why
nobody
didn't
but
they
his
fix,
sister. That she helped him as much as she could.
and she
why
also
didn't they
speaks
fix
the
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 problem?
language.
sister been helping him up until they arrested her, right?
Yeah,
Or detained her.
but
Why didn't they fix the problem the first time that first guy got out in May? Why didn't they seal that hole up? Is my question.
Yeah,
Well, they did. They put
yeah, that's
razor
what I want
wire
to know.
across
Why
the
the
top
fuck
of the
wasn't it
wall.
fixed?
yeah,
He
They should have
somehow
put a
got,
steel cap over
How to
that
use the
hole.
razor wire.
yeah, he got across the razor wire on top of the wall and then jumped off the wall, then scaled the fence that also had razor wire on it.
Yeah, but
And he
in my
didn't have anything to
county,
throw over it. They don't know how he got over the razor wire, do they? There wasn't a camera wasn't working or something that day.
the camera wasn't working and the guard wasn't paying attention. But in my county, the jail here has like a steel frame around every hole, and it's got a steel grate welded down to where they can't get through it. You know, that's what needed to be done at this jail here. And why was he in that county jail? Why was he in a minimum security prison? Why wasn't he sent to a maximum security prison right after the court date?
Because he was being held until transfer. That's
yeah.
standard practice. He hadn't been assigned to DOC yet.
Well,
Gotta
then
have room.
he should have never been allowed out on that yard then.
They can't take his liberty unless he misbehaves. If he was behaving himself until he ran,
Yeah,
then
they
they
got to give
couldn't
you.
deny his liberty.
Yeah, it's inhumane to keep you locked up 24/7. They got to let you out at least an hour
Yeah.
for a shower, Oh, that's inhumane if they don't let you have a shower and you know.
All right,
Yeah,
boss
but
wants me back to work, so I'm gonna hop down. Love you, Queen. I'll be in chat.
Love you,
Bye.
baby. Thank you for coming
Have
up.
a good day. I don't I want to know, did anything, because you could tell that other inmate when he escaped, when he crab walked up that wall, you could tell he was looking out for him. And I'm like, oh, I wonder if you got in trouble too, you know, because you could tell he was, you know, looking out for him.
Well,
you
yeah, but I
know.
mean, it's not what you know. It's what you can prove. They can't really prove anything. He didn't do
Right,
anything. He
right,
just stood there. You know what I mean?
right.
So
It just
at this
looked,
point, they can assume he was a lookout, but they don't have any proof that he was. You
right.
know?
It just looked, you know, I was like, oh,
yeah, but see, this guy was a flight risk already because they knew he fled from Brazil. And he knew
Right.
he did another murder in Brazil, so his outside liberty should have been taken away because he was a flight risk.
yeah, but that's America.
That's
You can't
my
do
point.
that.
That's my
They
point. I
got
mean,
more rights. They got more rights in there than the
Yeah,
victims
see.
do outside. Sorry to say, but it's true.
yeah, I know, but still, I mean, he should have never been let
Oh, it
outside,
ain't right. Oh,
knowing that
I'm
he was a
right.
flight risk.
Hey,
You
love
know,
girl. How are
I
you,
mean,
love?
I'm doing all right, just listening. I can't believe they ain't caught this fool yet.
Hey, love
well,
girl.
I know.
he's indigenous from
Hey,
Brazil.
love.
He used to live in a rainforest, so his survivalist skills are on point. I can tell you that because them people in Brazil that live by that Amazon River have a lot to contend with. You know what I mean? And that's
Yeah,
where they
Yeah,
sure.
get
but
from. And he's a farmer on top of it. So, you
but
know,
but then to think about, okay, let's think about that. Yeah, he's a farmer, but he ain't gonna be going out there growing no crop. I mean, yeah, he could go blend in and work, you know, but
no, but what I'm saying is
it's
he
going
could
to
live
be
off
harder
the
for
land.
him. He has no money, and the language barrier to me is going to be a lot harder for him than if it was you or me. You know, or to me, I
Right.
don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But you know, those are. I think they'll get him. I do think they'll get him. I just hope
It's just a
nobody
matter
is
of time
hurt.
before they get. It's just a matter of time.
He's going to
His
mess
luck,
up.
his luck will run out, and he will slip up. You're right.
He's going to mess up.
You can't run from the law forever. They will eventually catch you. You know, and they're working around the clock to try to get this guy. They're working around the clock right now to try to bring this guy in, and I give them credit where credit is due. You know.
Oh yeah, I don't think they knew what they were up against. You know, at the beginning. I mean, how would you? I mean, who would have thought this? But I just
Right.
hope
They don't.
nobody. I hope no innocent person is hurt during all this. Law enforcement, civilians. And I
Right.
hope nobody's hurt during all this. I mean, I can't say. You know, I don't really care too much about him. Do what you got to do, but everybody else, I just hope that he doesn't get so desperate that next time he don't flick out that, you know, that he changes his mind, don't turn out that light and leave, that he, you know,
I was
just
thinking last night, I was laying there thinking about it, and all them YouTubers and stuff out there just standing there like sitting ducks. What if he comes up on those people to get a vehicle and kills one of them? You wouldn't catch me dead out there waiting on his ass. That's for sure.
and that's why I don't understand people calling in, you know, the people that are out there streaming. That's just vile. People are just evil. I hate people. Why do that? He ain't hurt nobody. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I think this is going to be like the command center. I think they had to move everybody, and I think that's exactly what this is. Because, you know, they had the roads blocked before, you know, when they thought he was in a, you know, bazillion mile radius, you know, and people are just
No.
driving by this.
Future operations. You know.
Your scanner is going off. It's been going off like nonstop.
I bet it is.
He'll be wanting to make his move during the press conference.
Either that or he's hunkered down and he's going to move under the cover of darkness again. Like
I think that's what he's been doing.
Yep. It seems like every day at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, the police or the law enforcement starts getting less and less, and that's when he makes his move, when he sees a weakness in the perimeter. Yeah, because this is the way they were setting up before. I've seen this before. This is the way they're setting up before. This is a staging area. Obviously, they think he's in that area.
Yeah, I think it's more of just a command center, and I don't think they think he's right there because they don't have those roads closed, and there's, see that road, looks like it's going up, like up north. I don't know which direction that is, but the one that's going up, to me, they would have all that blocked off.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
If he was around there, that's why I think it's more of a command center type of deal. But I mean, Lord knows I could be wrong. He could be held up in there getting communion. I don't know.
Right. I honestly believe it's a staging area, and they're just waiting on another sighting before they plan their next operation. They're sitting still right now for the press conference to see what updates are what, and try to network with each other and put a plan together and see where they're going to go next.
Did you see the headquarters at the fire station? All the people that were in there that were working it, all the different. It was wild. So, and that was days ago. So I'm sure, there's a lot more resources. So I'm glad that, maybe they're in a bigger building and they, can.
That might be why they're using two buildings. That's why they're probably using the fire station and this church.
Yeah.
They're probably using the fire station as a hub, but they're using the church as a mobile command center. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what the fire station was before, so I don't know if they pulled out of there. But it was wild seeing all the people that were in there and just the monitors, the everything. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think I see JLO's car down there parked along the side of the road. I think he's still on scene.
Hey, I gotta give him props, man. He's done a dang good job. And
I
he's
feel like
nice.
I feel like he'll stay until it's over with, don't y'all?
Oh, yeah.
He already said he was. I was with him for 3 days. He said he's going to stay there until this guy's caught again. I believe that's his car sitting in the front along that side of that road. I could be wrong. He could be going to the press conference like he's been doing. But
Kayla, the fire station was over by, was it the conservatory or, I don't know. Anyway, it was over where he ended up, where the other night where he got away before he stole the van, or where he stole the van. But it was
that
over
was
there in that
Longwood
area.
Gardens. That was Longwood Gardens.
Yeah, that's where the fire station was.
Right, the Longwood Gardens fire station right next to the cemetery.
Right, yeah, somebody was just asking in chat where the fire station was.
Right off of Route 1, right as you come into Westchester. Right as you come into Westchester. It's right there.
Well, hell, we done lost Queen.
No, hell. Sorry,
Come back.
I don't mean to cough. Sorry.
I haven't got to follow this near as much as y'all have.
Yeah, I was
I've
for
just
4
had
days.
it on, and when I hear something, I'll look at my phone, and and then I've just been listening off and on. Slept good last night. Puppy
Good.
slept good last night. We thought we were going to have to make well, we had already made a decision. We thought we were going to do that today, but apparently chicken and watermelon cured her for the night, so we're giving her chicken and watermelon. Giving her anything
Chicken
she
and
needs.
watermelon cure anybody, though.
She's having a good day, so
I think so too, Johnny.
yeah.
It's good for the spirit, you know. It's good medicine.
Just,
Well, I'm glad that you're doing better today.
Yeah, I'll take today, man. Take today.
Yeah, I gotta
When
take
I
it.
I told hubby, I said, don't give her no Dr. Pepper now. He thinks Dr. Pepper cures everything. I said, don't be giving that dog no Dr. Pepper now. Don't be that
No
foolish.
shit.
No.
Yeah.
That caffeine will get her going again.
That's what we don't need her going again. That's the problem. We got to keep her calm.
Yay, Queen. What up?
Hey, girl, where you
Hey,
been?
Queen's back.
You been in the bushes. Well, I'm gonna hop down. I just wanted to say that to me, it just looked like not an area like they were looking for him there, but just a command center area, and it looks a lot bigger. So maybe they won't have to move again, and all this can be resolved today. That would be excellent.
I bet you're right. That's what it is.
There's just not enough movement.
I don't know, guys. I think he's gone. I don't think he's anywhere in the area. I really don't. I think he's gone.
I feel like he's gone too.
I'm with you.
Why would you stick around? You know, I just don't see him sticking around. He doesn't. You know, I don't know, guys.
I think he made an attempt at whatever he was doing in Phoenixville, but then when he got that amount of law enforcement presence, he said that it wasn't worth it, and I think he took off, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he went north. I hate to say that, but it's kind of.
That's why I kind of came home, because I felt like, you know, I was tracking him. I was right behind him. But then when he slipped that perimeter and stole that van, I'm like, dude, he's gone now. There's no more really to track here. You know, it's a dead lead at this point. Until he's spotted again.
Well, yeah, and they were going off of eyewitness leads. Sometimes those aren't always accurate, you know.
Well, there's a lot of tips pouring in, and about 70 to 80% of them are false. So they got to weed through all that before they can actually get to what's actually truth and what's actually not true. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
Because everybody and their brother is spotting this guy. Everybody's looking for the clean-shaven guy. He probably changed his hair by now, you know. And he might even try to change his hair again.
I have a feeling in shape.
Yeah. Can I get you to turn that TV down in the background a little bit, baby?
No.
Can you turn? Okay.
Somebody else answered for you. She said no.
Yeah.
What, baby?
You said, can I get you to
I know
turn
the
that
chat was
TV
saying
down?
you're really loud, that you got a lot of feedback. So, yeah, I asked him to turn the TV down. Yeah, and you said, what'd you say?
I know, and then some woman in the background says no. It was just coincidental.
Oh yeah. See, I had to mute him because I can't. The chat's saying he's really loud.
It is
the
real
background
loud.
noise is really, really bad. So
Yeah, that door squeaking as loud as can be. Yes.
I was gonna say we got you. I'm gonna when you're like out moving around or the dogs and stuff are barking, I'm gonna start muting. Okay, just like I'm gonna mute for you or whatever, so you can get back out there because it's really the feedback is really loud to your headphones. Oh, somebody dropped down. Oh, okay. I don't know who that was. Johnny, you're up here, and that girl, you're up here. You guys are both still up here.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, I figured I'd chill for a minute while I can before I got to get on these chores. Because that's what's fun to do.
Yeah, right?
Gonna have to feed myself eventually too, I guess.
Am I back in the chat?
I don't know, but I know you're on the panel.
Okay. No, I'm just wondering if my mic was unmuted yet. I'm
She
sorry
muted
about
you
that,
until
guys.
your background noise calmed down. She was
Right,
saying that
right,
when your
right.
dog starts barking or something, if you'll go ahead and mute that, then you can unmute once it's done because it's real loud on the headphones in the chat.
I'm sorry. I apologize, guys.
No, you're good. If you have an earbuds, it's like stereo noise, so it can be real loud.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it gets real loud at times.
Yeah, exactly. So that's all. She just muted you until that was done and you got back outside.
Yep. I don't know, guys. I think he's long gone. I mean, I got this feeling that he's not in the area no more. He's not playing around. He's going to make his escape now. You know what I mean?
Well, if he's smart, that's what he'll do, in my opinion, you know?
I know that's what I would do if I were him.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And that's all I've been doing this whole time is thinking, okay, what would he do? What would I do if I was in this situation? That's how you're going to find this guy. You got to think like he does. You know, you got to get, boots on the ground and follow, see what the area looks like, and look for tracks and look for you got to actually get in there and have somebody that can discern human track from deer trail. You know what I mean?
Sounds like it's a case for Daryl Dixon from The Walking Dead, huh?
Right?
No, but really, that's why. Hey, that's why I'm
I'm
concerned
sorry.
with a lot of the YouTubers that are out there because I don't think they know shit from Shinola about tracking somebody or even true self-defense for that matter. It just seems like a sticky situation. And I don't even mean jail. Oh, why am I all main stage now? Make it stop, Queen. Make it stop.
I don't know. I just hit a fucking button. My screen's like glitching really bad again. Sorry.
I mean, like some of the women and stuff that are out there, I don't know if they're armed correctly, and it just seems really sketch to put yourself in that situation. I don't know. Smart.
Guys, can I ask Johnny a question?
I'm right here. Go ahead.
I'm curious.
Yeah, go ahead, baby.
I'm curious your thoughts on PA deer season for the hunters. I think I read 6 or 7 days. I'm not exactly sure on that, but I know it's going to be soon. And if you think a hunter will catch them and hold them.
I mean, honestly, yeah, the hunters know the area really well. They know all the ins and outs, all the little trails. So I believe if hunting season starts and one of them runs across him with a gun, yes, I do believe that they will hold him for police. I do honestly believe that if he's still in the area.
I think a hunter might actually have a better chance than the police at this point, if he is in the area, as you said.
Well, when I went there, I told the Pennsylvania State Police I did search and rescue in Glacier National Park for 12 years, and they didn't want to listen to me. I told them that I could probably help them track this guy. Because that's what I did in Glacier and up in the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah, there's an old inside joke about our Keystone cops and how, I don't know, they're like primitive, I guess you would say.
I don't know if they're primitive, but they're not used to putting up with, big city crimes. Usually in a borough or a township, you have domestic violence, you have rape, you have drugs, you have traffic violations, you have child support, you know what I mean? You got little civil cases you got to take care of. It's really nothing big like murder, maybe drug trafficking. They know how to do all that, but when it comes to a homicide, I don't think they're really equipped for it. And it takes them and it blindsides them. Because they really don't know what to do and they reach for straws and grab and try to do everything they can, but it's just not efficient enough to catch who they're looking for. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree because since he's getting, it seems, further away from Philly, Pennsylvania does not have that many large cities like Philadelphia, Pittsburgh. It's really all these rural farmlands, and like where I live, we don't even have a police station. It's like 3 towns over. And I mean, I've lived in this town for 6 years. I've maybe seen a cop once. Now, when I drive down into the other towns, they're all there. But, and it's just like, the cops are your uncles, your aunts. They're Sunday at the donut shop hanging out. Like, they're just regular people, you know. It's not like you're going to see on TV like this CSI detective, something like that.
Right, exactly. They're everyday blue collar people just trying to lock their communities down. I agree. You know,
Lynn, I think Nunya might be backstage.
I'm going to have to hop down quick, guys. Damn YouTube. I'm smoking like a pack of cigarettes a day. My boyfriend's going to kill me.
No, she isn't.
So I got to run and get smokies. I'll see
She's
you guys
not
in a
back.
bit. Thanks, Johnny.
All right, baby. I tried to bring her up here already. The press conference is on. Okay, give me a sec. I'll turn it on.
Oh, she must have fell off then.
I know if the state police could have given me 3 or 4 guys, I know that we could have went in there and probably tracked this guy's every move. Because I was feeling what he was doing. Up, JLR's back.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to give you some new information too. I went to, oh, here you go. Look, more troopers. Troopers are out and about. I went to 8 Bonnie Bray.
Milligan and Rob Clark from the U.S. Marshals. As I told you yesterday, this investigation has taken a change in direction in terms of the allocation of resources and daily focus of investigators. We have moved from a containment model to one which involves utilizing a variety of investigative resources and which has proven successful for us in the past. We continue to receive tips and information from the public and are following up on those. Additionally, the public can expect to see a significant law enforcement presence in the area of East Nantmeal Township, where the van was recovered, as well as other areas of northern Chester County. There is no need for alarm when those resources are observed. If a possible threat develops, we will use the reverse 911 system to notify affected residents. I'd like to address a message to anyone who may have already offered assistance or is contemplating assisting Cavalcante in any way. We will prosecute you fully for those actions. Alternatively, I would suggest that you are in a position to help facilitate the safe capture of Cavalcante. If you choose to assist us, you could be eligible for some or all of the reward that has been offered for Cavalcante's capture. As a matter of fact, I'm announcing today that Chester County has increased the amount of reward they are offering by another $5,000. That brings the total reward offered up to $25,000 for information that leads to the capture of Cavalcante. We remain concerned that Cavalcante will attempt to steal another vehicle to facilitate his escape. As a reminder, we ask for the public's help by familiarizing themselves with the updated photographs and description of Cavalcante, to check security cameras they have, and to call us immediately if they believe they may have seen him. Again, we ask residents to please secure homes, outbuildings, and vehicles. It is imperative that anyone with information about Cavalcante contact us immediately so that we may act on that information in a timely manner. Anyone with information is asked to call our tip line at 717-562-2987. 717-562-2987. I know this is an extremely stressful time for the community. We are doing everything possible to bring this to a successful resolution as quickly as possible. I and all of us working on this every day appreciate all of the support that all of you have given. Thank you very much for that support. And at this time, we will be happy to take any questions you might have.
Did you have evidence that someone has tried to help him? Or is that why you've arrested the sister?
The sister is an overstay, and she chose not to assist. And because of being in an overstay status, she has been entered into a deportation proceeding and is being detained at this time.
She chose not to assist. Not, we wanted her to help you. She did not.
She has not assisted.
Do you have any evidence of anybody else who's tried to help him? You just put a warning out there. You have people who you know who did try to help.
I'm cautioning people preemptively, and yes, we are monitoring. We are monitoring for any possible help in a variety of ways. And so, what I would tell you is that if we detect assistance, that will be prosecuted. I'm not going to say anything further than that in terms of who may or may not have. What I'm going to say is, as a warning, you will be prosecuted. There is an alternative path to try and assist with his safe capture.
I want to touch base on the timeline here, make sure that we're correct. So he shows up at these homes 10:30, we think, Saturday night, but yet people in the neighborhood say police weren't making checks until well after 2 o'clock in the morning. Was there any kind of delay here? The people at the church tell us that people didn't start listening around the church till 3 a.m.
We weren't notified until well after midnight of the sightings.
So 2 hours after he shows up at this house and had a conversation with
At least 2 hours.
Were there issues with 911 with that call from that family on the Ring doorbell camera? Were there any issues? Can you walk us through? Can you actually just walk us through that entire sequence?
I'm not aware of any issues with the 911 system, and I'm not going to comment further. What I'm going to tell you, I've already laid out what the timeline was, and what I would tell you is that the individuals, so with, for example, the one was not home at the time. They were utilizing a doorbell to speak with him. They arrived home sometime later, reviewed the video, and contacted local police. Whatever occurred there, we were not a part of it. We received the notice, and I gave you the time yesterday. I don't have it in front of me, but it was sometime around 12:30, as I recall. So after midnight, when we received the notice, and our investigators then began working on that information.
the only two places that you believe he was, because we have neighbors in another Phoenixville neighborhood telling us that there was a heavy police presence, that he was knocking on doors in that neighborhood as well.
Those were the only two that we have reports that he communicated with anyone.
Lieutenant Colonel, at this point, have there been any other visual confirmed sightings of him since this doorbell photo was released?
There have not.
Do you have any reason to believe that he's just vanished without a trace? Do you still believe he's within Pennsylvania?
Well, of course he hasn't vanished without a trace, and for a variety of reasons, yes, I do believe that he is in Pennsylvania.
How many law enforcement personnel do you have working on this now, and have you brought in additional resources?
That total right now is still probably hovering around the 300 mark, and yes, we have brought in additional resources, so we're switching some out. I described yesterday that today, as a matter of fact, we had planned a major push, and so there were a lot more uniform resources. There were tactical teams, a very large number of tactical teams, and a lot of other assets that would have been utilized. We have instead replaced some of those resources, certainly not all, with other investigative resources, because as I told you, the investigation has shifted. And so not only the state police, but our federal partners as well have brought in additional resources that we believe will be useful going forward. We collectively conduct fugitive investigations every day of the year. And so this one is at a little different scale, works on a very regular basis. And we're now adjusting with the resources we believe we need.
Why were there assets at these acquaintances' homes before he made this appearance? And are you doing that moving forward in this investigation?
Well, when you say acquaintances' homes, what I would tell you is that these people had not, to my knowledge, had any contact with Cavalcante for years. So they were not friends. They were prior work associates, for example, and they were not people that we would have expected or that we would have known even to contact, again, from the distant past.
Sir, any thoughts on raising a reward to 50,000 or 100,000 to help bring him to justice sooner rather than later?
Well, no, again, right now we're announcing that the reward is at $25,000. I do believe that's a lot of money. I'm hard pressed to believe that someone is sitting out there with information saying $25,000 is not enough. I suppose we'll consider things as we go forward, whether that will increase or not. But for right now, that seems to be a pretty reasonable amount, I think.
So with the reward, with no defined area to search,
Are you 100% reliant on public tips in order to find it?
No.
There's been a lot of reports or rumors, I should say, that Cavalcante's sister previously was seen near the search perimeter in a U-Haul or some other type of vehicle. Is there any credence to that led to her arrest?
No, I've heard those reports. Her arrest was, again, because she is an overstay. That was a process that would play out for anyone in her same circumstance. And what I would say is she has failed to cooperate, and so there was no value in law enforcement keeping her here at this point.
Previously, she has through communications with the sister and acquaintances. What do you know about the resources he may have? Cell phone, money, food. What is he asking these people? And can you kind of divulge what kind of intelligence you gathered in terms of what?
No, I don't want to talk specifically about what I think he may or may not have or what he's looking for. Those are all pieces of our investigation. But I think it's, again, fair to say what I've said all along, and that is he needs additional help. He needs resources for the long run, and he is seeking those.
Sir, have you expanded the search for Berks County at all?
We don't have a defined search area at this point. We are considering and certainly acting on and investigating any piece of information or tip that we receive. And so we follow those pieces of investigation, pieces of information with our investigation, as we have done right from the very start, regardless of where they are. There are areas that I described, for example, in East Nanton Mill Township, for example, that may have a little more of our focus of some of our resources that are more visible. But again, that certainly is not a limiter at all for everything else that we're doing.
Speaking generally, why do you still believe he's in Pennsylvania?
Because I have no reason to believe that he is not. I don't believe he has the resources to get out of Pennsylvania. And again, other pieces of information that we have generated within this investigation lead me to believe that he is still here. Sorry. I'm not going to talk about who we've contacted. He does still have some family and friends in the area, and we are aware of those.
Why arrest his sister now? She previously testified at his trial in cooperation with prosecution. I assume her immigration status is known earlier in August. Why arrest her this week or last week? From my perspective, and while I don't have anything to do with the removal process, there is no reason for me to try to interfere in that process, because she serves no value to the investigation, and she potentially could provide assistance. And I'm not confident that she would not in the future if we let her out there. Can you talk about what led to the activity we saw last night? You said since the doorbell camera, there weren't any confirmed sightings. Could you expand on that a little bit?
We continue to receive a significant number of tips, and so again, we will follow up on all of those. We have things that we are doing proactively, and so you may see some activity as a result of that. We have, and I said there are other things that may not be so obvious that you won't see that are going on as well.
What kind of challenges is law enforcement facing in the search efforts in terms of terrain? I mean, obviously it's a very rural area, and you spoke about yesterday how he was able to manage his way outside of the perimeter. So what kind of challenges are we facing after that?
Very similar challenges in terms of the search efforts, very similar challenges to what we have faced previously to this point. Unfortunately, we don't have a containment area right now, so that's another, another concern, another challenge. But again, we're working through all of that, trying to pull together pieces of information so that we can narrow and a search area, and ultimately use those tools to be able to capture him. As I said yesterday, I don't have a definitive answer on that. I have my theories of how that happened. I have those theories because I'm aware of the weaknesses that were in there. I explained yesterday that no perimeter is 100% secure. It's not a wall. It doesn't have a ceiling. It doesn't have, all of the things that you might normally use if you're trying to contain someone. We use the human element. We use technology and so forth to be able to try and secure the perimeter as best we can. I am aware of some of the weaknesses. Longwood Gardens presented some very unique challenges, and I believe he exploited one of those weaknesses.
Do you believe any mistakes were made that allowed him to get out of that perimeter?
I don't know that I would characterize it as a mistake. As I said, again, without knowing specifically what happened, what I would tell you is that I had concerns. I knew that there were weaknesses in that perimeter. It was a very strong perimeter as far as perimeters go, but there are always weaknesses, and that place posed some very unique challenges. Perhaps when this is all over, I can talk about some of those, but it was a very difficult place to try and secure.
This even more of a challenge, Lieutenant Colonel. You've got a far bigger area and no perimeter, and you really haven't gotten them locked in.
Well, sir, we conduct, as I indicated, we conduct fugitive investigations every day of the year across this Commonwealth, as do our partners that are standing here with me. Each one of them poses a challenge. We are most often very successful in those. Most don't lead to a protracted search like this. I am confident that using all of those resources, we will ultimately bring this one to a successful conclusion as well.
Sir, it is September 11th. Any thoughts to the men and women that are on the ground with you, federal, state, and county law enforcement and local law enforcement working together this day for the last 12 days searching for this convicted killer who's on the
Well,
run?
certainly today is a day of remembrance, and our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims of 9/11. But what I would tell you is that the men and women that are working here on this investigation are not pausing or taking a break. They are actively working and doing their jobs because that's what people expect them to do.
For Rob Clark, as far as how the marshals are now investigating, you mentioned before this was like a tactical game, cat and mouse. What changes now for your guys that are out there looking for it?
Well, that sounds like
That's a good
JLR
question.
right
So,
there.
in the beginning, we were prepping here for the short game. We had a tactical response prepared in a certain area, and while that response was being prepared, we had a group of investigators from the U.S. Marshal Service here, some of the brightest minds in the agency, having a contingency plan of what we were going to do should he break perimeter or if he was outside that perimeter. So we had proactively planned for this. And I would say, we have our pre-operational planning set, our tactical resources, our technical resources were all brought here. And now we're planning for the long game. The search in the woods was to Cavalcante's advantage. He was in an 8 square mile area that with very difficult terrain. That was very difficult to get to. And there were some weaknesses in the perimeter. I think the incident command here was great, setting up the perimeter, bringing in the resources, and doing the absolute best we could. We had, I think, over 200 law enforcement officers in or around that perimeter. But now we're going to prepare for the long game. And the long game is what we do best. The U.S. Marshal Service, like the Colonel said, does fugitive investigations every day. This is a manhunt. And all that means to us is that it's a longer fugitive investigation with more resources. So we are prepared.
Cavalcante playing your game now?
I'm sorry?
Is Cavalcante playing your game now?
Cavalcante is now, I think the advantage has switched to law enforcement. Before it was advantage Cavalcante while he was playing that tactical hide and seek in the woods. Now I believe it's advantage law enforcement because he's in an urban setting. And that's what our investigators do best, the U.S. Marshal Service investigators. We're force multiplied here by these other federal, state, and local agencies. So I believe the advantage has switched to law enforcement.
The fact you call this the long, what is it that you do in this long game, in this urban setting? What changes? You go door to door? How do you look?
Well, there's a lot of different investigative techniques. I don't want to specify exactly what they are, but we're going to do the same thing we do every day in the city of Philadelphia. We're going to go out. We're going to talk to people. We're going to utilize the assets of the U.S. Marshal Service, certain investigative techniques that I don't want to reveal, but we're going to try to stay one step ahead.
The fact that you call this in the perimeter, is that based on resources or was that geographical?
I'm sorry, the first part of your question.
You mentioned, you said that there were some weaknesses in the perimeter.
Right.
Was that based on resources or was that more
Well, maybe I misspoke, not weaknesses. There were a lot of challenges inside the perimeter. I believe the Lieutenant Colonel said yesterday, and he was very accurate because I've been in the inside of that perimeter. I was there with our investigators. There's a massive tunnel system. There's a lot of ravines. It's very, very thick vegetation there. It was a very, very difficult environment to maintain.
Sir, you could call this the long game. Some people might think that means you don't expect to catch him soon. Is that the case?
No, I mean, we expect to catch him as soon as possible, but we're not going to put all our ducks in a row and say, hey, we're going to have him by this Thursday. We're going to plan for a long investigation because we don't want to get caught planning for an immediate arrest and then we're not prepared later down the line.
Sir, given that he's very close to potentially French Creek Park, another vast area, are you also concentrating more solely on nature where he was successfully able to hide in the southern Chester County area versus, where 202 and other routes, there's cameras everywhere, and that would be a way easier to find him in lieu of a cell phone or a debit card. Do you think he's in the woods right now still? Is
Well,
that his advantage?
like the Colonel said, we're investigating that area in East Nantmeal until something suggests he's not in that area. We're going to continue to investigate there. I'd reiterate the message from the Colonel to the public. Please be vigilant in the areas that we're searching. Make sure your doors are locked. Make sure your car keys are secured in your residence. Report anything suspicious to law enforcement. And if you have tips, call them in, because we'd like to investigate 100 bad tips rather than miss that one good tip that's not called in. Not that we're aware of.
You talk about a protracted search. Another one that comes to mind would be freeing nearly 10 years ago. Went on for some days. What are some of the similarities and differences between these two searches?
That's a question probably better for the Colonel.
Well, what I would tell you is every search has its challenges. Some of the similarities, large search area, very difficult to know exactly where he was. And I would tell you that almost 9 years ago to the day, some of you all were standing with me in that area up there. And some of these same questions were being posed. What makes us think we can catch him? He's a trained survivalist. And I would add that he had already shot 2 troopers at that point, and so it added another dimension to the whole thing. Some of those same challenges, some of those lessons learned from freeing have made us better as an agency, and we've taken those lessons and we adapt those here. There have been a number of searches between freeing and now. And again, we learn something from each one of those. We'll learn things from this search. In the end, collectively with our partners, we will be successful and we will capture him.
I know that you have been continuing to say that you believe he's in Pennsylvania. Do you have any reason to believe he's still in Chester County?
Again, without information to the contrary, yes, I believe he's in Chester County. But with that said, we always consider other options. You know, the Marshal just said that we've had plans all along, and he's exactly right. We collectively have been discussing right from the very beginning, what if? It's, you know, when we can bring this group of experts that we've assembled here together, it makes for an amazing team. There are a lot of good ideas, a lot of planning for contingencies, and a lot of great resources that are put to work out there in the field every day. We're trying to use the talents of all of those people and make this a successful operation.
We've seen a lot of reports of citizens arming themselves, sort of driving around the perimeter, expressing an interest in helping. Have you received any complaints or you made any arrests of people inappropriately walking through the perimeter or otherwise behaving inappropriately?
We have not made any arrests. We have received calls from others about some of those citizens. We've investigated again. We have not made any arrests. And I would ask again that people consider not doing that. They're interfering in our investigation, potentially drawing resources away from the task at hand. We don't want an unfortunate incident to cause anyone to get hurt.
You tell your folks that they should now assume that because of his contact in different places, that he's armed, that he's obviously dangerous from his history, but now he's likely to have gotten a weapon somewhere.
We obviously have always treated him as being dangerous, and we have always treated him as potentially being armed. He's been carrying a pack. There's no way to know exactly what's in that pack or what he obtained early on in this investigation and search. And so we've always treated him as though he may be armed, and certainly with his history of being as dangerous as he is, having been charged with 1 homicide and now charged and convicted with a second, I think it's fair to say that he needs to be treated in that manner.
Where was the sister? The interaction with the ring?
I'm sorry.
You plan to release the ring camera interaction anytime soon for us to review?
I've not made a decision on that. I will tell you that it's in Portuguese, so it's not something that's easily reviewed anyway. It needs to be completely translated. We have done that for investigative purposes, but again, as I said yesterday, for me, the focus was on getting these photographs out. They really are the thing that provides value. And you know, before we release full videos along with audio, we want to make sure that there's no impact on the investigation.
Yesterday you talked about a full sweep happening and doubling manpower and things of that nature. What does that full sweep involve? You also talked about training 600 people. I know you said earlier about 300 people. What happened with those numbers there?
Well, you're misunderstanding. So what I was talking about was an operation that had been planned over the weekend to begin this morning and was to sweep the entire secured perimeter of Longwood Gardens and the surrounding property within that perimeter. And so we had planned a very large operation in order to try and make sure we thoroughly searched those grounds. That was what I was talking about with those very large numbers. You know, the marshal mentioned, and I've alluded to them before, about the challenges in there. It is a unique place to search, and it really takes a lot of resources. You know, when some of those sightings occurred in there, we had skilled tactical teams in there from multiple agencies. And even then, it was problematic to try and capture him or to find him again once a brief sighting occurred. The cover is that dense, and just a multitude of places to hide.
Do people living in that area still need to be on guard? In Kennett Square, do they still need to be checking their surveillance and locking their doors? Or are you afraid he's going to go back to Longwood Gardens?
I'm not afraid. What I am suggesting is that people should be vigilant. And I can't say that only people within some 1 square mile area someplace should be the only ones to be vigilant. As we saw, someone near the perimeter had a problem and left their vehicle unsecured with keys in it. That posed a problem. And so what I'm asking is that anyone, certainly in a, you know, it's a good practice anytime. They shouldn't be leaving their keys in the car. I'm just asking people to double down and be especially vigilant and make sure that they aren't doing things like that, particularly now when we're involved in this manhunt.
You had no containment area. Can you specifically, you don't have a containment area like you did previously near Longwood?
Yes.
Can you specifically, just more specifics on that, and talk about your new tactics and what new tactics?
So when I said there's no specific containment area, you saw at Longwood and in some other areas around here, a very specific border that was formed by law enforcement so that we could search within that border. What I'm saying is that I have not formed a similar border, a physical presence to contain an area. We are, however, still conducting searches without identifying and securing a very specific area. We're conducting searches of some large areas of ground using some of those same tactical teams and other resources.
On the sister, which agency initially picked her up? Where was she initially picked up? And just to clarify, you said at least you're concerned that she may help him again. Did she attempt to help him prior to being picked up?
I'm not going to discuss what she did with regard to helping him or not. What I would tell you is that she is in the custody of federal authorities, ICE, and we have no involvement in that, and so I don't have a lot of other information.
But you guys did not pick her up initially and then pass her off to us?
You know, I don't know specifically how that played out. I just know that there was a discussion and an agreement here that that proceeding could take place. I don't know who worked with ICE to get that done. Well, again, I'm not going to talk specific tactics. We will use all available tools, and we are seeking the cooperation of any and everyone in order to bring this to a safe, successful resolution.
Doorbell message you just said, what was he asking for specifically in regards to support?
What I'm going to say is, generally speaking, he was focused in that message about trying to meet with these individuals. As I said, they were not home. And so he was trying to arrange a meeting and to make sure that that would occur without anyone else present. There were some other discussions that I'm not going to go into, but that was really the biggest focus. Was he was trying to make contact and he was trying to solicit help.
In terms of location he wanted to meet at?
There was not a specific location identified. There were a couple of places talked about, but ultimately there was no agreement to meet.
So in terms of canine support, we've seen
some wonderful German Shepherd officers. Have you brought in bloodhounds?
We have. We have utilized a variety of canine types. And again, I rely on the expertise of our various canine officers to tell me what it is they need and what other resources they need. And we've acted on that as needed.
Do you have any idea why he was heading from Phoenixville area to East Mansfield Township and what his next move could be?
We have some theories about why that occurred, but and again, until he's captured.
Did it seem urgent? Did it seem confident? Did it seem arrogant? That one photo that everyone looks at, that seems like there's a smirk on his face. Can you give us what that message sounded like?
I would characterize it as urgent, but friendly. It was someone he clearly had not spoken to in some period of time, and so there was a reacquaintance and an effort to get assistance.
Did the sister work as a housekeeper in this area or any of the areas that you're searching?
I don't know.
So there's been a little confusion on the doorbell camera. So he arrives, he speaks into it.
Yes.
Those people whose home that is, do they have a conversation with him? Is it just he leaves a message in the Ring camera?
They have a conversation with him.
They spoke back to him?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what they said to him?
Well, again, I characterize it generally as a reacquaintance and a discussion about trying to meet and to get some assistance.
And then they didn't tell you about it until several hours after that?
It was reported to the local police, and then the local police investigated. And ultimately, what I'm saying is I was not a part of that, but there was a couple of hour period of time there before we became aware of it.
I talked to the people in that house. I talked to a family member of the people in that house. They say that they reported their conversation to police immediately. Is that true? And what explains that delay?
I have no reason to doubt their account. I'm simply reporting to you the pieces that I have control or have knowledge of, and that is that we did not receive that information until about 12:30 that night. What steps the police department took to investigate that, whether there was, and I'm only speculating now, whether there was an issue or a concern because it was not in English, it was in Portuguese. I have not personally spoken to the officers. I know our investigators have. What I can tell you is that period of time lapsed before we became involved and became aware.
It's clear that he reached out to your former coworker. Have you made a list of other people he's worked with or had relationships with in order to contact them since this was not cooperating?
Certainly, any possible associates, family members, all of that are part of our ongoing investigation. The marshal alluded to the fact that there was a very thorough investigation. Much of that, if not all, was known even while we were working on the containment and capture model, again, as a contingency, should it be necessary.
Sir, any chance today that you'll be able to share, do you work in the mushroom houses here in Chester County or at Equestrian Farm? You seem somewhat familiar with the farms throughout the county here a bit. Any insight you can share in terms of where he was working in Chester County?
I've read pretty significant history on him, but I'm not prepared today to stand here and talk to you about all that work history. He's been here for some time. He does have some varied experience, but again, I'm not prepared to.
You're very calm when you talk about the delay between when your investigators learned about it. You talked about cooperation and the need for cooperation. It's got to be frustrating to hear that he was reported almost immediately, but then wasn't.
Well, as I've indicated, I don't know the circumstances of why that wasn't reported. Our investigators have looked into it. There was certainly, we're not looking at did somebody engage in misconduct or anything like that. And so those are the circumstances we're faced with. And so the best I can do is what I've done all along, and that is to ask whether it's law enforcement, whether it's the public, or any other agency that might come in contact with anyone that would and it would possess some information. Please get that information to us very quickly. That's the best we can do. We need people to cooperate, and that's what we're asking for.
Can you do a quick recap stolen van, the sighting on the range. Can you do a quick timeline?
Well, I don't have a timeline as far as he escaped. What we know is that that at some point that evening, that van was parked late afternoon, 4:30, 4:45 was the last time that that the owner saw that vehicle. What I can tell you is that we know that at some point that night, we now know, and again, without the times here in front of me, at 9 something and around 10 o'clock or so, 2 different contacts occurred in East Pikeland and in Phoenixville. Those contacts were ultimately reported to law enforcement. We were made aware of those at around 12:30 that night into the next morning. We still did not know about the stolen van at that point. Based on all of the information we gathered from those 2 contacts, we started looking for the potential for a stolen vehicle using a number of pieces of information. Our investigators were able to conclude what type of a vehicle it might be, and we sought out owners of those vehicles kind of in close proximity to where we were. And with that, we identified the owner of the vehicle, and they reported it stolen at that time. And so that all played out until 5 o'clock in the morning, roughly. And again, I know we've talked about specific times. I'm just speaking from memory in the ballpark.
Just believe that while he had the stolen van, he made the contact with the ring camera and another contact.
Yes.
Okay. Has the government of Brazil sent anyone here to work with law enforcement on the ground in Chester County, or has the government appointed a point person from law enforcement in Brazil to answer your questions on call 24/7?
You know, the short answer is there is not a contact from the government of Brazil here. We do have, as a result of the prosecution that was done, the district attorney's office possessed really, I think, the information we needed in terms of his background and experiences, and we've been able to utilize that information.
You mentioned the bloodhounds, the German shepherds. We've seen the helicopters. What other tools are being utilized right now today out there?
Well, there's a whole array of technology that's being utilized. Again, I'm not going to go into the specifics of that. That puts us at a disadvantage when we explain everything we're doing, what the capabilities of that are. And so what I would tell you is that any available reasonable resources being brought to bear from not only the state police, but from the marshal, the FBI, from the county, from any agency that possesses it, the expertise, the technology, the investigative experiences are all being brought to bear on this.
Going back to where this started, have there been other weaknesses or potential co-conspirators within the Chester County prison that would have been able to escape in the first place? Now this investigation is going on.
That will, when we finally conclude this investigation, we'll be able to speak more to any co-conspirators or anything. Right now, I'm not prepared to discuss that. We've made no arrests, filed no charges in that, and so it would be premature of us to address anything like that now.
Those earlier break-ins that
social media has been really heat up. I'm sure you've seen the comments yourself that there's hundreds of law enforcement personnel out there. There's dogs, there's drones, etc. And some people are asking, why draw the line at 200 searches, 300 searches? Why not just flood the zone and appeal to as many out-of-state resources as possible and get more people on the ground? What's stopping you from doing that?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, no, I don't look at social media comments ever. Secondly, in terms of the number of people, would it satisfy them if I put 1,000? Would it satisfy them if I put 2,000 or 3,000 or 10,000? I suspect or more on any given operating period up there. If we needed that, we would have it.
Why do you feel you don't?
I don't have the type of information that I would need to make the best use of all of those people.
I feel like this is a big nothing burger, and I'm really bored with it. Yeah, they are asking very direct questions.
And to flood an area with unnecessary resources would interfere with people going about their daily lives. And so we're trying to find that balance of being as least intrusive as possible, while at the same time ensuring we've got every single resource we need to successfully conduct this investigation.
At this point in the investigation, for those earlier home Longwood Garden property. Have you been able to confirm whether or not you actually entered anyone's home or broke into anyone's property there?
I don't have any conclusive evidence to suggest that that he was responsible for any one of those burglaries. That's not to say that he couldn't have been. I'm saying I don't have a fingerprint. I don't have DNA to say that he was the person who did the certain break-in.
Is the sister's apprehension in any way a possible warning to others who may know?
I'll let that to others to look at that and draw their own conclusion. What I would say is we have no information to suggest that at all. I will tell you that without going into a lot of theory of this investigation, I believe that his actions show he's desperate. I believe that there was an opportunity to escape. I don't believe there was a lot of planning that went into that. And now he finds himself on the run. I think he is desperate. The fact that he has reached out to people with a very distant past connection tells me he doesn't have a great network of support. So I think he's desperate, and I've characterized him as that all along. And I think the longer we push him, the more resources, the more tools we bring to bear, we will ultimately capture him. He doesn't have what he needs to last long term.
So the key is determining perhaps where he fled when he left that white van in northern Chester County. You know what direction he went, specifically the township that you're searching?
I'm not there again. I'm not going to talk specifically about pieces of information that we may have gleaned. What I would say is that what I've already said, and that is that we will continue to search in that area. The fact is, let's suppose for a moment I was to tell you he fled to the east. There's nothing to suggest that 100 yards into the wood he didn't then turn north. And so we will follow the various investigative leads that we gain and follow up on this investigation as appropriate. So, okay. I thank you again very much for your efforts in keeping the public informed, and
Yeah. So what do you guys think about that? I think we're pretty much at the end of the rope here. Yeah, they're underestimating him. And I feel like he reached out to people he barely knew, because why would he reach out to anybody else close to him? He just got his sister fucking deported. I'm sure she's pissed. And I mean, they probably didn't have family to begin with, but now she's going to have to make her way back over here. So not only did he fuck his own life up, but now he done fucked his sister's life up. And if she had any kids or anything going on, I'm sure it's a big ass mess. And I don't know. It answered a lot of questions for you. Good, baby. I hope it did. I mean, it answered some questions for me too, but like I said, I feel like he's desperate. Yeah, he is. And it is very sad. It's very sad. DJ, you're probably in the wrong place then, baby, because we curse all the fucking time over here. Anyhow, I think this is pretty much going to wrap it up, to be honest with you. been on here like 4 hours or so, and I got some stuff to get done. Also, I'll be live later because I'm gonna chit chat. We got to go over this. We got to go over some of the other stuff going on. So I will talk with y'all later. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you for being here. And I will catch y'all on the flip side.